Well, well, well. Hello there. I am once again Nodrasta. I am today here to continue what I started a while ago, namely Ace Attorney Investigations. Let me just get it all set up. I do need to check if if I can just continue on to. Well, let's try with. Nope, I need to go to title. Oh, right. I should make sure that you can see as well. Badoom. Ace Attorney Investigations. So yeah, I did play the first one. After all, the Ace Attorney Investigations collection has both titles. However, I'm relatively sure that if there is truly a need for good audio quality here, well, I will have completely fumbled this pretty much over the entire course of this game. However, that's the first one. Now is now, and now I start with Investigations, Prosecutors, Gambit. So, yeah. Join me as we follow Miles Edgeworth once again on another out-of-court session for investigations. Hooray! Also, hopefully I can provide an adequately awful amount of voice acting here as far as my voice can carry me. I'll most likely once again have a sore throat after this and will require copious amounts of liquid in order to even have a chance. But, well, let's do it. With episode 1, Turnabout Trigger. Let me just make sure. So. Oh. Here he comes! The presidential plane descends from the western sky. It's making final approach and lands on the ground lake. I forgot that cutscenes tend to be a little rushed here. Just listen to that crowd. Welcome, Zhang Fa. Welcome, Mr. President. And now, sir, your audience awaits. Honored friends and allies, I'm here today to deliver a message to the odious criminal that dodged our beloved thanks to the Prosecutors' Office of a great country. Oh, I see what we are about to see. We have our most felt gratitude, but your friends, the battle against evil rages on. Here today I make this solemn promise. We shall crush the wickedness with the righteous hammer of justice. And apparently it all starts with an assassination attempt. Call the prosecutor's office. Get Miles Edgeworth here right away. If anyone can solve this, he can. Well, that's a change of pace. In the first one, pretty much everything was on account of Miles just getting flung into stuff. Here, he's actually called in order to investigate. So, we are at March 25th, 2:46 p.m. Gourd Lake, spectator area. And apparently, Miles is here. The news must be halfway around the world already. After all, it's not every day an attempt is made on the life of a nation's president. My name is Miles Edgeworth. and I work as a prosecutor. I came as soon as I got a call. The moment the phone rang, I knew it was serious. Mr. Edgeworth? Oh, thank goodness you're here, sir. This is Dick Gumshoe, a detective with the local precinct. He's the one usually assigned to my cases. Yeah, I guess there should be enough. I hate audio balancing problems. Hopefully I didn't overcorrect this time. However, a variety of voices means a variety of input and a variety of... well, I'll just try it. Hopefully everything will be right, and this time I'll properly review everything, hopefully. Back to business. How's the president, detective?
We still don't know, Mr. Edgeworth. The Magic's just bought the plane a few minutes ago.
I see. I hope he's alright. Then I suppose you'd better show me the scene of the crime instead.
Right away, sir!
Hey! I said hey! Yeah, you, Ruffles! Oh. Wait. Is this someone we know already? Who's that? You're the prosecutor in charge of this case, ain't ya? Wanna give me your first impressions? Anything strike you as odd? No comment. Detective Gumshoe with me. Also, reporter. First off, I've just arrived, and secondly, why do you have a bear trap on your backpack there? Come on, Mr. Prosecutor. Come on now, Mr. Prosecutor. Don't be like that.
Mr. Edgeworth, work for me.
Why does this person have a bear trap? I'd say that is not something you'd expect someone to bring to a press conference. Now, detective, I'll need the facts of the case in as much detail as you can give me. Well, that is certainly an impression someone can make. Is he supposed to be a lion, or is that supposed to be a dragon?
Well, the scene was right here at God Lake, as you already know. A bunch of people were gathered to welcome the president of Jiangfa.
Dijon Wang. Yeah, Dijon Wang. Yes, I read about his visit. President of Jiangfa to visit. It's been all over the news for days now. Newspaper clipping has been jotted down.
Was raining until just before he landed. Luckily, it let up, and he went on stage as planned. And then, smack dab in the middle of his speech, bang! A gunshot goes off, and everybody runs for cover, terrified for their lives, apparently.
Apparently?
Professor, I only just showed up myself. I don't know a whole lot more than you do, sir.
You were summoned on short notice as well.
Sure was. Right in the middle of my day off.
I was at the office, taking advantage of the peace and quiet to prepare for my next case.
And the boss himself calls. You...
I really need to train making voices better. I seem to both have a knack to not really make a different voice and still straining my voice. but water is still good.
And then, the boss himself calls you to the scene. Never a dull moment, hey, Mr. Edgeworth.
The boss?
Yeah. Chief Prosecutor right here in the park. Saw the whole thing. First chance he got, he yelled at top of his lungs. Get me Edgeworth right away. He's the only man for the job. Something like that.
I see.
Oh, they cordoned the perimeter of the park off as soon as it happened, so you'll be happy to know.
So, would-be assassin is still here somewhere. Good.
Now, all you gotta do is find him in the middle of that crowd, before they strike again.
You're right. We don't know what else our culprit may be planning. These people are in danger. We don't have a moment to lose. Let's begin with the basics.
And search every inch of the crime scene for clues, no matter how insignificant they may seem.
Precisely. Gumshoe took Miles' line he always said in the first one to every situation that occurred where you had to just look at things. Well, wouldn't be one of my streams if I didn't start yawning. Hey, the president was shot. This is the logic clue, it seems. The president was shot at, which means a gun was involved. This may be our first clue. Alright, duly noted. Detective Gumshoe, how exactly was the security details surrounding the president's speeches organized?
Well, sir, our officers were mainly focused on securing the perimeter of the park. The president's people took charge of the rest. He has his own team of bodyguards. So those guys over there, maybe we should ask them for a few questions.
If I want to talk with them, I'll need to walk over and press A. Well, so far so good.
Sir, the president's bodyguards are over there.
Oh, so they are. I should walk up to the bodyguards and press A to talk to them. Apparently I am squarely in the totality of tutorial land. Can I help you? You are one of the president's bodyguards, correct? Could you tell me how his security detail was arranged during the speech? Two of our senior operatives were attached to the president. The rest secured the stage. This isn't our first rodeo. Anything suspicious in that crowd and we would have spotted it right away. I see. So, the president's security was tightly orchestrated for the duration of his speech. Let's investigate further. We should speak with other witnesses and continue to look for the crime scene. We cannot afford to leave any stone unturned. So, that's how you'll go about it, huh? Sure is something seeing the pros at work. Care to share a little about what happened? About what happens at the information once you've got a hold of it? Bystanders. This one seems persistent, but I can't afford to get distracted. Hey, Ruffles, I asked you a question, dang it! What happens next?
Well, we put all the information together and try to find connections, right, sir?
Detective!
Oh, don't be so hard on the poor guy. So, connections, you say. And what next? Oh, well, I guess you'd say you connect the dots. Connect one piece of information to another. Is Mr. Edgeworth spotted? He's a logic master.
But you knew what information I have with left bumper, and then connect them with Y. I should try it now. Just a quick press of left bumper and we'll be drawn the path of logic. Not exactly a lot we had here, so let's see. At the very least, I know I yawn at every time I'm streaming, so it's at the very least not Ace Attorney that's causing it. So, the present was shot at. We know that there was very much a tight security, but somehow he was still shot. The present security detail was on watch, however, and they personally say that it was mainly centered on this overall stage and very much took a close look at the entire crowd the entire time. Also, just a moment, I need to check on something. Yeah, that's something I'll need to read later. It's rather much. We know those 2 data points, and considering we are literally not allowed to go anywhere else, I guess it will most likely connect. Despite the presence tight security, the perpetrator will still manage to carry out their attack. Completely undetected by a contingent of highly trained bodyguards, no less. No mean feat. This would have taken some serious planning. In other words, the assassination attempt was almost certainly premeditated. So, we now know at least this one. Oh, welcome.
That's the stuff, Mitch Ledworth. The old logic never fails, huh?
Indeed. All we need to do is find the right clues, then make the right connections between them. Make the wrong connections, however, and we'll only wind up further from the truth. Which means I must make well-reasoned connections if I intend to draw logical conclusions. Well, let's hope that in this game, this time, we won't have to throw a giant curveball in order to make a connection with something that has literally nothing to do with anything, and end up with an overall massive pain in the ass on account of literally nothing fitting in any way.
Let's get this investigation started. Time to examine anything that looks suspicious.
To examine things, I simply need to walk up to them and press A. And if I wish to speak with the detective, I should use Y. Speaking with your partner can give additional data, however, it's usually not necessary. The biggest of yawnings. Have you found anything of note, officer?
No, sir.
Not a thing. No fingerprints, no footprints, nothing. That is to say, none that stand out, sir. Not after everybody touched and walked all over everything. Detective Gumshoe, did he sound pleased about having no evidence to catalog?
I'll speak to his commanding officer about it, sir. Salary reviews are coming up soon and all of that.
What do we have here? There's a bright red balloon bobbing on the surface of the lake.
Oh, reminds me of sending off balloon letters back when I was a kid. You write a letter, see? Then you tie it to the balloon, send it floating off to see if somebody writes back.
That's quite an ingenious idea. And did anybody write back?
No. Kinda need a balloon that actually floats first.
That's where your plan fell apart? Well, Gumshoe's past may be a bit of a catastrophe, but at the very least he's not the same type of magical magnet for everything that goes wrong that Larry Butts is. So, let's talk with everyone. What's the officer taking pictures of, Detective? The wicked will be crushed beneath the righteous hammer of justice.
Looks like he's reading off these papers here, Mr. Edgeworth.
Pro speech tips number 3. Speak slowly and confidently to win your audiences around. Hey, this is good stuff. Better get a shot of this one too. Instead of focusing on that speech, how about you focus on your work instead, officer? Hello there. I have arrived. To all those who want to interview me, I would gladly tell you all to precisely fuck off within the vicinity so we can question you later. I will not answer any further questions until I ask you the questions. So, the president had a nasty surprise while he was giving his speech.
Same thing happened to me when I was a kid, right in the middle of a public speaking contest. There I was, yammering away, when all of a sudden, earthquake almost jumped out of my skin.
That sounds terrifying. You know what earthquake makes me queasy.
Well, you were listening, Mr. Edgeworth. I thought you were ignoring my little aside like always.
Well, Edgeworth does have his fair share of experiences with earthquakes and consequences of such. So, once again, is the president okay? We're not at liberty to share that information with local law enforcement.
What did you just say to him? You let us on that plane, pal, or you may just regret it.
Sorry, I can't let you do that.
No one respects a badge anymore.
I suppose this is something of an international incident. All the more reason to find the killer as soon as we possibly can. So let's see. This balloon is not anymore. No.
But I was surprised, as you saw. But there's no mistaking it. It's
the Steel Samurai. Steel Samurai, warrior of Neo Tokyo. It's a popular TV show. Old, young, it doesn't matter. It truly has something for everyone. Beats me why they had a Steel Samurai balloon at the welcome party for a foreign president. It's a little odd. Although, now that I think about it, what better hero to represent our nation? I must scout the scene and inspect everything that catches my attention. Well, a Steel Samurai has a tradition of being involved in ace attorney cases. Up to the point of this not even being the first time he's present in an international incident. But well, let's see what we can find here. It appears we have flowers, who would have thought? These flowers are in full bloom. They look exotic, but I don't know the species.
My favorite flowers are maybe roses? Yeah, roses and lilies. Roses make me think of weddings. Aw, the romance. And lilies, well, that's funerals, I guess. Sad but part of life, you know.
It's no coincidence that both types of occasions tend to feature a free buffet, I imagine.
Oh, come on, sir. That's not fair.
Yeah, Gumshoe tends to, well, take a lot of it. Is this a bullet hole? the flag of Jaffa. The key motive is a blazing red phoenix. Wait, what is this?
Something the matter, sir?
You don't see, Detective. There's something unusual about this flag. Compared with the one on the other side of the stage, if you will.
Oh, that's a beauty right there. Just look at it, flapping in the wind. It's immaculate.
Exactly, which is how a flag should look. And yet, here we see quite a different picture. One thing in particular stands out, don't you think?
Right of course. He said, I give up. Come on, spill the beans.
You can lead a horse to water. I just have to move the cursor to the problematic spot and highlight the difference with Y. Well, like I said, big friendly question is if... Come on. Is it a bullet hole? Look closely. Do you see the hole?
Wow, look at that. You're right, sir.
And note the burn marks around the edges. That's a bullet hole, there's no mistaking it.
Bullet hole? So you're saying a bullet went through the flag?
Yes, yes, I believe so. We don't know if it was now or if it had already been there for a while, but I'd say it's a bit of an unusual sight to see at an official presentation, big speeches and all, to have anything damaged to such a degree. So now let's ask about the samurai in the room, or in the lake in this case.
Oh, breaks your heart, don't it?
It does. What villainy could have befallen him?
Witnesses, sir. You popped right about when the gun went off.
Which would strongly suggest that the bullet struck the balloon.
Oh, looks like we got a case of cold-blooded samurai murder on our hands.
This is sacrilege. I won't rest until the culprit has been apprehended. Detective, we cannot let this vile assassin escape.
We won't, sir. You can count on it.
And we have another piece of data. Yep. I think I've gathered enough information for the moment. Time to put the pieces together and see what we can figure out. So supposedly I may be able to logic something up here. Let's see. The pop balloon and the hole in this flag may... Well, if we know where both of them have been situated, we can at the very least get an angle on where the shot came from. There's a bullet hole in the flag, and it seems highly likely that the balloon was popped by a bullet too.
Which means 2 shots were fired, right, sir?
Possibly even 3. The president was shot as well, remember? Equally, the hole in the flag and the hole in the balloon could have been made by the same bullet. What we need to know is how many gunshots were there. Alright, on with the Ruffles! Ruffles!
You figured something out, yeah? Care to share?
Who exactly is she? And why does she keep shouting at us? Also, why does she have a bear trap on that backpack?
Robinac, I guess. Seems pretty interested in the case. Come on, give me something here.
We do need to speak with some witnesses to find out how many gunshots there were. Fine. Let's see if she can tell us anything. Wait a second. Is this a face I know? It doesn't look quite perfectly like what I remember, but could this be... is she from the last game? Face contours match, go you in mass would fit for her. Weird design choices match as well, but she didn't have the same hair color. Well, we'll know soon enough. Oh, there you all are! Tabby Lloyd, at your service. I'm looking into the case for, well, just for me right now, but... Nope, it's someone completely different with a similar degree of style, let's call it like that. Looking into the case. Miss Lloyd, was it? Miss Lloyd. Yes. Well, what can you tell me? Any exclusive details you want to share? Not quite sure what type of voice I should attempt to give her. Doesn't strike me quite in one way. How about the perp? Have you made any demands? Have they made any demands? What about them ruffles? Where does a fella buy a cravat like that? Will you be quiet for a moment? I'll be asking the questions here. Ah, dang. And here I thought I could get me some juicy for my piece. I need to know about the shooting. Can you tell me how many gunshots you heard? Why? I most certainly cannot. I beg your pardon. I can't just be handing out leads for free. That stuff's my livelihood. Isn't obfuscation of data in that regards in some cases literally illegal? Well, anyway. Anyway. Oh, come on. Don't hold out on us. We've all gotta share sometimes. Me? Hold out on you? Well, if you're all gonna be like that, I'll be moving right along. Goodbye! Wait. Wait for what exactly, huh? If you get nothing from me, I'm gone. We're fresh out of moves here. Boom. Out of moves, huh? I wouldn't be so sure. What do you mean, Miss Edgeworth? As you know, Detective, I like to play a little chess. And what does one do in chess when an opponent adopts a defensive position? Why, the board offers any number of options, but some are more effective than others. Sorry, sir, but this is all going way over my head. No matter how impenetrable an opponent's defense may seem, it can always be overcome. Want to learn, Detective, as I shatter my opponent's resolve with the power of words. Yep. Let's see what we can do. When attempting to draw out an entrenched opponent, one must employ certain tactics. Let's picture the board and see if we can anticipate our adversary's next move. Old or new mechanics? Oh, new mechanics. That's gonna be interesting. Now we must analyze the state of play. Y'all ain't getting nothing out of me, not until you give me something in return. My opponent has dug herself in deep. Her defenses won't be easily broken. but I cannot afford to try her patience by taking too long to plot my next move. In other words, I must be conscious, not just of my strategy, but of my timing. That said, I cannot afford to waste words either. In fact, I can pay dividends not to. If my opponent gets too agitated, if you're fixing and asking something, well, you danged well asked it already. I may be able to gain a tactical advantage by calmly biding my time. So it appears there is a timing and similar part to it. This is either gonna be infuriating or very interesting, possibly both. So basically, if I do something quickly, I may be able to overcome my opponent. However, I may be able to glean additional information and similar stuff if I simply wait. Then, when I see a crack in my opponent's armor, I pounce. I should begin by finding out what it is that she does. Alright, time to make my opening gambit. My chess commence. Well, what is it that you do? Why don't you begin by telling me about what it is that you do? Sure. I could totally not do that. Think I don't know when to keep my mouth shut. That's my job. Yes or no? So you do something you won't or can't tell anybody about? Shut up! I ain't a law-breaking car. If that's what you're insinuating. You see, there's no more left to hide. Huh. I'm not rightly sure what you're getting at here, Ruffles. Just as I should have picked my words more wisely. Yeah, thank you for not giving me clues here, but I'm rather sure it will all play out here. After all, this is the tutorial part. Also, welcome to Miles Edgeworth's investigations to Prosecutors Gambit. I'm just learning about Gambits, it seems. And when they are vulnerable, that's the time to go on the verbal offensive. So, once again, why don't you begin by telling me what you do? Sure, I could add. That's what we just said, boys. Now, do you something or can't tell anybody about? No, shut up! I ain't a lawbreaker if that's what you're insinuating. So we bide our time. I'm a law-abiding, everyday citizen, and you got no reason to say otherwise. Forgive me, I meant nothing by it. If it's something you can tell me about, I may imagine it must be very important work indeed. Huh? Well, sure, I guess. Leastways, it will be once I bag my first big scoop. What was that about scoops? I guess self-proclaimed sensational reporter. I see. It's a scoop you're after. So you're a journalist, is that correct? Dang. Sure, I'm your friendly neighborhood reporter. The hungriest cop on a beat. That's a mystery of what she does for a living solved. Perhaps our hungry young cop has gathered information vital to the case. Let's make that out in our next line of inquiry. More data? Or more time at least? The opening moves concluded, the mid-game approaches. What else does she have to tell us? Well, where do you record all of it? You're a reporter, which means you must have been making a record of some kind. You got more questions, you gotta give me something first, that's the deal. I'm not in the habit of making deals now. Tell me what I need to know. Sorry, Ruffles, can't help you. I don't have a clue as to how to push the conversation forward. I'll have to try another tack. So, in that case, where were you? Welcome. At the time of the incident, were you present at the scene of the crime? Come on, Ruffles. You ain't gonna give a little old tabby or something first? Absolutely not. When I ain't giving you nothing neither. You think I'm a sucker? Think again. Let's see if I can bite my time here. Come on, this is my career we're talking about here. You gotta give me something. Sadly, the more you know, the more you may find yourself in danger. I ain't scared. I'm a pro. Takes more than the sound of a little gunfire to face me. So you did hear that gunfire. Maybe a pro as you put it, but I'd say you're still a little wet behind the ears. You say you heard gunfire, which proves you were here at the time of the crime. Therefore you must have heard something. Double dang! It appears though I am not quite through this one yet. Fine, I was here. I saw it. Came to report on the big speech. Wound up reporting on a shooting. And you won't get no more out of me than that. I'm done with your tricks, Ruffles. I see. Maybe I did regulate the sound a little too much down. Though, should be just a little bit louder. I hope I'm still properly understood here. If there's anything wrong with audio, please notify me through chat. Otherwise, let's get back to business. We do still have to question someone here. She came to report on the events. She must have made a record of some kind. A record would very much a record I would very much like to get my hands on. This is quite a clue as to where to take the conversation next. So, where is that clue? You're a reporter, which means you must have been making records of some kind. You got more questions? You gotta give me something first. That's the deal. I'm not in the habit of making deals. Now tell me what I need to know. So Ruffles can't help you. Time to deploy my clue. If you have, well, no self-respecting reporter would leave the house without the means of putting things on record. So tell me, Miss Lloyd, where is yours? Right, there's a good chance it's literally on her hip there. But with playing with the buttons this much, I guess it could very well be deleted already. Of course I made a record. I told you, I'm a pro. Dang near wore my shoes out running around on this one. Which is why I'm not about to just hand it over to the first person who asked me. I'm not just anyone, young lady. I'm a prosecutor in charge of this case. Don't you young lady me? You ain't getting it, no matter how many times you ask. Well, this doesn't seem like I can just hit her on that. You understand, don't you, Ruffles? It ain't nothing personal. Understand that your job is a difficult one. You do? Well, ain't that sweet. In such a competitive field, you must sometimes doubt that you'll ever succeed. Nah, I got plenty far. I'm sure of it, yeah. Just as long as I go my trusty tape recorder, and I'll always be ready for to nab a scoop. So, would you kindly give me access to whatever you have recorded? Intriguing. A young reporter hungry for success. So dedicated to her craft that to leave such an important event unrecorded would be unthinkable. Indeed, she did not. She committed the entire event to tape.
dang it! Ah, dang it! This is my scoop. You're messing with my big break. Fine, sure. I record the whole darn thing. It's all right here. You got me, okay? Checkmate. This will absolutely get to be very much infuriating when weird shit happens. You're something else, Ruffles. I was trying to be as strong and silent, but you had me singing like a canary. Never mind that. Now plays the tape. We should finally tell us how many shots were fired. Fine, you can hear it, but I've got conditions. You played me like a fiddle, Ruffles. Only the Chief ever played me so good. So you gotta agree to be Chief number 2. And be mentor to a rising star, aka me. Chief number 2, huh? Kinda like a second parent. That's a big responsibility, sir. And one more thing. I want exclusive reporting rights for the first 24 hours. Come on, you gotta say yes. What kind of monster that wouldn't give his star pupil the exclusive, huh? She's a difficult woman to refuse. And I need to hear that recording. 24 hours is more than I can promise, but the story is yours until the case is solved. And the job of Chief number 2? I think not. Yeah, you're not fun. But I guess a girl can't have everything. All for sakes of the scoop, huh? Alright, you got yourself a deal. I got exclusive access starting right this second, Ruffles. Good. And our first order of business is to listen to that tape. We're Chakam. And once again, I yawn. I yawn and I yearn. I yearn for other stuff than I yawn for. And for some reason I yawn. So, let's see. Honored friends and allies, I am here today to deliver a message. The odious criminals that dodged my beloved nation are no more. The President's speech. The President then passionately addresses the assembled crowd, as if trying to shake off the reports of his declining popularity by sheer force of will. That there's me. Can't be the little live commentary to set the scene. The meeting's scheduled for just after speech, correct? He seems pretty pleased to be able to put the whole Yatagarasu situation behind him. Oh, right, Yatagarasu. The whole cornerstone of the last game. Well, back to it. As well as he should be. This is a great day for all of us. Whose voices were these? Oh, there was these old guys standing right in front of me. They were whispering away to each other the whole darn time. I know their voices from somewhere. Old people. Could it have been former Officer Bad? Wait, the part where the gun goes off is right after this. The President thrusts his fist into the air as the excitement reaches a fever pitch. The battle against evil rages on. The battle against evil rages on. Here today, I make you this solemn promise. We shall crush the wicked with the righteous hammer of justice. And that's when 2 shots were fired. Interesting. What? Ah!
And I guess that is the tape recorder done. Welcome once again, whoever joined. So, 2 shots were fired. Yep, and that tells us something. Go you, apparently, as her shoulder says. Something very important indeed. It allows us to deduce the trajectory of one of our bullets. Of the 2 shots fired, one hit the present, which means the other passed through the flag and the balloon, in that order. Which, as you can see, allows us to deduce the position of our shooter. Unless, of course, did the wind by chance turn at some point. The only possible place from which a bullet could have been fired through the flag and into the balloon is, well, if we align it, it would have been either from the other side or from this side of the crowd.
Take that!
Drawing a line between the flag and the balloon gives us a trajectory of one of our bullets. Yep. In the same vein as I've calculated shots in the demo for Iron Nest just yesterday. And places our shooter on the left-hand side of the spectator area. Possible bullet trajectory has been just done. However, it does not give us any real assumption about why the second shot was even fired.
You're a genius, Mr. Edgeworth.
Detective Gumshoe. I'll need to examine the left side of the spectator area.
Roger that, sir. So you need me to clear all those people out of the way, I guess?
I do. And what evidence remains to be found may already be deteriorating. So I'll need you to be quick about it.
Yes, sir.
Chief! Hey! I'm talking to you, Chief! I suppose you mean me, Miss Lloyd? You surely do. You gotta let me help out. This stuff's my forte. I'm the best crowd herder you ever did see. I'll prop pummel and punch him whenever you like. Very kind offer, but I think a less hands-on approach might be preferable. Also, about this chief business. I'm nobody's chief.
Whatever you say, Miss Edgeworth, sir.
Oh, I skipped that. Your wish is my command. I somehow doubt that. Well, off you go, Gumshoe. Okay. So, left and right. Sorry, I'm slightly confused by the fact that there is literally a directions pole that just says left and right. Why would you need to signpost cardinal directions like this? No wait, this isn't even cardinal directions, it's just left and right.
Here you go.
Yeah, sorry for that.
It's all ready for you. Miss Lloyd. Yeah, Miss Lloyd here cleared everybody out, just like that. You should have seen it.
Hey, you ain't seen nothing. The chief, my other chief, that is, she sends him running twice as quick. She sounds like quite a formidable character. Perhaps I should go easier on the poor girl. Thank you, but you really shouldn't have. All that running around. Your clothes are covered in mud. Allow me to pay for the cleaning. That's the least I can do. Huh? You mean my jacket? Oh, don't be worrying. You're pretty a little head about that. It's reversible. All you have to do is switch it around and alakazam, no more dirt. On the outside perhaps, but you still have something of a problem with the inside. Yeah. Somehow you need to get that clean as well. Honestly, is this game series cursed to make me yawn anytime I play it in copious amounts? I thought it was the weather when I played the first one.
We're ready to get back to the investigation whenever you are, sir.
Cross has trampled the entire area. We'll be lucky to find any traces of a shooter at all. Oh, we can still try. Also, isn't that the old tutorial prosecutor guy? You even gotta pick through the trash yourself? A prosecutor's life ain't easy, huh? Detective Gumshoe.
Right away, sir.
The faithful detective scrabbles through the garbage as the prosecutor looks on, his hands unblemished.
Let's see now. Come to Papa, little treasures.
Is he enjoying himself?
Bingo. A popsicle stick. I love the jokes they put on these.
Detective.
Sorry, sir. Relevant evidence. Huh? Think I got something.
Good work, detective. Let's take a closer look, shall we? Give me a second, I believe we have coffee at already here. So either I find some or I don't find some, but I believe I'll need, well, something at the very least in order to keep myself going, considering that for some reason it seems I get tired. Well, see you in 1 or 2 minutes. Alright, I'm back again, and I have some coffee with me. Let's hope it actually works. By examining a piece of evidence from all angles, we can uncover hidden details.
I sure can. Just tell me which way you want it, sir.
We can rotate the item with right stick.
If you want, I can move it closer and further away too.
I can use the left bumper to examine an object up close, and right bumper to move it out for the bigger picture.
And when you spot something, just say the word.
I can point out suspicious areas with the cursor and press A to inspect them more closely. Wait, this implies that at any point during the entire first game, when I inspected something while Gumshoe was present, the whole scene was literally Edgeworth intensely staring at objects while Gumshoe fondles them in different directions for him. I know there's an Ace Attorney animated series. I really hope that they actually animate Edgeworth inspecting stuff in that fashion if they included the Investigations saga and not just the basic Ace Attorney games. Alright, let's see what we can discover. Pipe. I wonder, is that brand name a reference to something or something that just came up here? Well, let's inspect that flap. Well, I would say that whoever whoever attempted to assassinate someone may have had a rather detailed plan, but is probably the worst person when it came to disposing of anything. So, let's see. This is a security plan. Apparently, lead is Rook, second Knight. Rook repositioned in light of Knight's injury. Less cover from less cover for lakeside now. Eyes on the area. Knight immediately escorts present to the plane in case of an emergency. Stay frosty, we know who may be in the audience. Huh. Interestingly enough, from the way this is written, this doesn't quite seem like notes made for the planning of an assassination. It seems like something either vigilante or other kind of additional security may have put together in order to provide additional defense on account of knowing that someone who may become a shooter is present. With 2 shots fired, there's the big question if both shots have been fired from the same gun or not.
What are you looking at here? Presidential security plan? A diagram of the president's security arrangements.
It shows how the president's bodyguards were positioned.
Even has his people's names on it.
Rook and Knight. So, his bodyguards aren't natives of Ziyang-Fan.
I heard he uses some private security firm.
But why not employ people from his own country?
I know, why not?
You all wanna hear a little tabloid exclusive?
You really know something.
Here do. I was over at the embassy not too long back sniffing out a story. While I'm there, one of my sources tells me that the president's got more enemies. You got hairs on your head, including a bunch of bigwigs in the National Police Force. Interesting. So he's unable to trust his own domestic law enforcement. That's interesting indeed. I wonder if one of these enemies could have been behind the attempt on his life. Well, they would potentially have access to such a plan, though. Even though this plan seems like something an assassin could have used, it could also very much have been a defense arrangement. We know a total of 2 shots have been fired and one, well, rather far to the side, so I wonder if, for example, the first shot, well, if it's not just 2 guns, but 2 people who fired guns, and one of them was attempting to save the president from a gunshot wound, but missed the would-be attacker, or the attacker in this case, and hit the balloon instead.
What was it doing dumped there in that bag?
You raise an interesting point. It's a document relating to a matter of national security. It would surely be highly classified.
Oh, hey, there's something else in here. It's a gun!
Oh, my.
What's a gun doing in there?
Also, why does this gun have such a big-ass hunting scope on it? Unless that's a simple tube with crosshairs. Using such a thing at this short range is completely irrelevant.
So, this bag, it's gotta belong to...
Yes, it could very well have been disposed of by our would-be assassin. A revolver would have taken a lot of nerve to dump it here amid all the chaos. Could this be the work of a professional?
That would explain the security plan too.
I think we need to take a closer look at our latest find. I see. That thing's not a scope. It's one of the worst attachments one can potentially use unless you really want to fire from an obscured position from the hip. A visible red dot, or a visible laser more likely, is pretty much useless unless you actually want to fire something from the hip, or from any weird position at least. So let's see. This is a laser sight.
It can be easily lined up with a target to make aiming a bit easier.
If I press this,
Here's our press this here. Yep, definitely a red laser.
would the assassin have used the laser sight to target the president? Let me just... Yeah. I know, considering this situation, it's somewhat logical that you wouldn't want to properly align the gun, but this is the worst type of laser sight that could have been placed on this here. For one simple reason, to be exact. It completely blocks out the iron sights. it's almost impossible to properly aim this thing in a better way than using the laser sight, as long as this thing is attached, meaning, well, precision in an actual gunfight would be severely hampered. So, let's see. Oh, 2 shots have been fired from this, so for whatever reason, it really was 2 shots fired from a single gun. 2 spent bullets in the cylinder, matching the 2 gunshots heard in the recording.
That proves it. This must be the weapon that was used.
I consider this weird. Why did one of the shots go this wide?
That bag was a real find, huh? Just goes to show. A bag in your hand is worth 2 in the trash.
Nice work, detective. Now, there's something else I'd like to ask of you, if you don't mind. I need you to take the bag and the gun to forensics and see if they can find any prints.
On it, sir!
A good set of fingerprints could really help this investigation along. That was fast. So, wait a second. I just noticed, considering the things I do, I did remove the remove the the tag that I did actually play this blind. When I played something I didn't play blind, who would have thought and all of that, but yeah, considering I do play this blind right now, I guess the tag should be added once again. Oh, did I not add it correctly? No, I did. Whatever. If it doesn't appear right now, it will with the next episode I go through. Okay.
Got the results for you, sir.
That was quick, like I said.
You bet it was. Delta Taxit was ultra super high priority. But they came up empty.
And they checked everywhere.
Inside and outside, top to bottom, sir. They then took the bullets out of the gun and dusted them.
They did all that in 5 seconds. I should have known it wouldn't be that easy. Hello there, Mr. Tutorial Prosecutor.
Well, this is quite a situation, wouldn't you say, Mr. Edgeworth?
Here's he again.
It's Payne, Mr. Edgeworth. Winston Payne. We work together at the prosecutor's office.
He's a prosecutor. What brings you here today, Mr. Payne?
What indeed? Why, only the invitation of the chief prosecutor himself.
His voice, I recognize this from the tape recording. Was he one of the men who were standing in front of Miss Lloyd? And where is the chief prosecutor?
He had to leave, I'm afraid. He's a busy man. They let him, and only him, out through the cordon.
So he had me summoned on short notice and then left before he even showed up. Oh, rude. Well, let's take a look at what's most likely the most useless sign ever made. This This wooden sign looks almost brand new. I imagine it was placed here recently.
What's it say? 50 yards to the Gurdy Museum and 70 yards to the... never mind.
What's the matter, detective? Just read it, will you?
70 yards to the boathouse.
Feels like a million years since that whole sorry affair unfolded. Fond memories, detective?
Oh, yeah, fond memories, sir.
At the very least, the description says something more worthwhile reading than just left and right. So, do we have anything more here? You're with one of the news channels? Yep. How can I help you? You must have footage of the event. Do you mind if I take a look? I wish I could help you, but that may be a little tricky.
Why's that, pal? You got a problem with doing your civic duty or something?
No, it's just my camera was knocked over in all of the panic. And now I can't get it to work. That footage would have helped immensely.
Just all luck.
What the? You look like you need a little help, Mr. Edgeworth. I know that voice. Oh, it's Kay Faraday. Still having the wind follow her around, I see. Oh, little Yatakadasu. Okay. Honestly, I leave you alone for 2 seconds, but don't worry, your hero's here to save the day. That's right, the one, the only Kay Faraday. Hero. Only you would give yourself a title like that. So you're not the great thief anymore. Not right now, but it's not like I quit. I'm just on sabbatical. I'm taking time out of some intensive training. Being the second Yatakadasu doesn't come easy. Kai helped me out on a few occasions about 2 weeks ago when I was working a case. Huh. Wait, that's only been 2 weeks. Well, that month has been busy in that region. The case of the Yatakadasu, a mysterious thief who seemed to appear and disappear at will, and who claimed only to steal the truth. She calls herself the second Yatakadasu, the successor to the so-called Great Thief. There's not a lock I can't open or a trap I can't escape. And when it comes to stealing, well, I'm still in training, but I'll get there very soon. What are you doing here, Kay? What do you think I'm doing? I've been enjoying the festivities, of course. I suppose she did mention being fond of such things. And afterwards, I was thinking of dropping by your office to see you guys. But now I don't have to.
Good to see you, kiddo. You're as bright and breezy as ever. Hey, Gummy, how you been? You're looking pretty full of beans yourself.
It's okay. Are you really here to save the day?
Yep, Prepare for your jaw to hit the floor. Your best pal in the world here only went and took pictures of the whole shebang.
Did you know? Then you'd better show them to me.
Wow, your jaw didn't even drop an inch. What's a girl gotta do to impress you, huh? I know, right? Mr. Prosecutor here is about as much fun as a dank Tuvek. Won't even let me call him Chief. Ah, but I'm forgetting my manners. Tabby Lloyd, Ace the Reporter, at your service. Nice to meet you, Tabby. You're right, he's
No fun at all. This one time you two can chat later, okay? Can I see those pictures? Oh, fine, here. Well, someone apparently did act fast. I took this one right when the gun went off. As far as I can tell, bulletproof briefcases fully open to provide shielding. However, someone is aiming for the head, not the heart. Well, if a shot had already been shot, aiming for the head is a very much risky idea when it comes to shooting. It was total chaos. People running everywhere. The president and his two bodyguards. The names on the security plan were Knight and Rook, I think. What's that? Thank you indeed, Kay. I think you've provided us with a vital clue. Oh wee! Oh wee! You guys just lit up like a pair of dead Christmas trees. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, care to tell the readers what you spotted? A contradiction. What now? I didn't see nothing strange. Allow me to show you. This picture shows the movement of the incident, but another piece of evidence shows something different. I need to highlight the point of the contradiction, and then employ my powers of deduction. First, to find a contradiction in the photograph. Well, let's go then. And honestly, yes, that's it. I'll simply press Y to make my deduction. Yeah, I don't remember about the president having a face tattoo of a red dot, so that's most likely what came from that laser sight, though. Huh. Why are 2 shots fired in that gun? Now, to present evidence that proves the contradiction. Let's see. What data points do we have? We have the bullet trajectories, at least one of them, and the gun itself. Two gunshots were fired, however, if it was exactly at the moment it happened, why is there a laser sight properly aimed at the president's head? Eureka! But apparently it is something else in that case I need to use, which... Alright. Oh, this is something so obvious. That's a contradiction in itself, Mr. Edgeworth. You know if you made a mistake, you can tell me, don't you? Mistake? I've done no such thing. And I prove it to you. Already located one contradiction between this photograph and the evidence. Yeah. Two shots were fired. With, however, this we have 2 points regarding clues. One shot fell from the left side, and we have the security detail, which, together with this, aligns that a shot from this location would most likely not be able to target the president's head. Hopefully it means this and not a security plan. Eureka! Are you for... Yeah. It is the head. It is the dot of the laser sight on his head. Let's look at it again. We have those data points here, which shouldn't really be. We know of 2 shots. Supposedly this photo is taken in the moment of the evidence. I'm once again getting harassed by flies. Please, let's at least be this here. So in that case, 2 shots back to back to back to the back to back to back to back to back. So,
Eureka!
for fuck's sake, do I really? Why is it the recording of? I know that I am supposedly, at least, not stupid, but so supposedly it's the best. Are you absolutely fucking shitting me? Did I not scan something and I have somehow gotten here prematurely? How the hell did I end up with this? There's something about here I didn't see yet. This part is called a grip. I've held a few guns in my time, though they've never felt quite right in my head. This one is no exception. Nothing here. We know about the rest of the leader tents. I supposedly have everything. For some reason, though.
Eureka!
This is literally... Is this game completely and utterly kidding me? What the absolute weird fuck is wrong here? I did use the revolver on account of the laser sight, which appeared to be weird. I used the trajectory, which wouldn't exactly make any the entire trajectory doesn't really make any sense here. I did use the security plan, which I also cannot get any further through. Are you absolutely fucking kidding me? I did exactly the right thing. I pointed out the whole thing with the laser sight and the gun that has a laser sight, yet I need to compare it to this newspaper article on account of there being another picture of him. At the very least, it's the tutorial case. In this case, this is still infuriating, but in the tutorial case, at the very least, I can be halfway sure that this crap won't bite me in the ass later on. But really. Look closely at the picture of the president on this newspaper clipping, if you would, Miss Lloyd. Now look at case photography. Compare the two carefully. Huh. What am I looking here? Well, I'll be. Indeed, there's something on the president's forehead. Something that wasn't there in the other picture. What's that? Some kind of birthmark? Yeah, the guy's got a big red birthmark right in the middle of his forehead. No, he does not. That's the laser sight. I highly doubt the birthmark just sprang up there since the other picture was taken.
He get bit by a bug, then maybe.
Yeah, that's it. That's right. There's a big old bug bite. And here I thought it was something important. Look on your face. Huh. You should know that the road to the truth is paved with such seemingly trivial details. Yeah, again with the face. Alright. Duly noted, Chief.
Arrgh.
Can I watch this? A television truck appears to be stuck in the mud.
Reminds me of the time I pushed your car out of the ditch, sir. And you just drove away and left me there. Gotta admit, I felt kinda lonely.
Yeah, did I do that? I think I might have.
Okay, back roll. Miss Edward only left me there in the mud for maybe 15 minutes. I know you'd never forget about me, sir.
Of course I wouldn't. During this 15 minutes anyway. So I can talk with Kay, and I can talk with a certain self-proclaimed reporter. And of course, we can see if we have logic and other stuff to be about. Laser sight and birthmark seem to be rather prominently visible as a connection point. So, here we are. I've solved the mystery of the red birthmark.
Really? So it wasn't a bug bite?
No, what we are dealing with isn't something that would itch for a day and then disappear. It is in fact the beam of a laser sight.
I know Killer was aiming to shoot the president square in the forehead.
And shortly after this picture was taken, a second shot rang out.
Yeah, that's gonna do more than itch.
Indeed. I fear the president may be in even more danger than we thought. And that the gun we found was the weapon used in the crime. I still wonder, what was the other shot fired? As far as we can tell, there may as well be another attempted murder here on account of a second shot fired from this gun. Unless, of course, whoever handled it was severely incompetent with it.
Wow, what the perp use a laser sight for?
He's right. It stand out like crazy using something like that. Pew pew pew! It's not like you can just go around shooting lasers all over the place. No, and anyone who saw it could trace it back right to the shooter. Right back to the shooter.
Seems like a pretty bad idea all around.
Oh, I almost forgot. I took a couple more pictures. Maybe laser sights on one of them too. It's a long shot, but it's worth a look at least. Alright, Kay, let's see those other pictures.
Yes, sir. Right away, sir.
Let's see, first here's one I took just before everything started going south. It may be more useful to us if half the frame wasn't taken up with your face. Hey, can you blame me for wanting to get a selfie with the president? Lucky for you, this was right before the gun went off. And this one I showed you before is just after the first shot was fired. Second shot came just seconds after this. And then there's... What's this? I can hardly see anything. I got knocked over when everyone started running running right after the last picture. I guess I must press the shutter by accident.
Not sure if this one's gonna be much use, kid.
And that's all of them. Well, we do have at least one thing of note, because I noticed in that selfie we can see another laser dot. Time to take a closer look. Let's examine the picture from before the shooting. Is there any hint of the laser sight on this picture? Yes, it's there. Seemingly about the time someone pulled out the gun.
Take that!
There, I see it.
What is it, sir?
Look closely at the person with the red hood. Wow, that is... Indeed, that's a laser sight right there.
So, that's our perp. The one in the red hood must be...
A shooter, yes. We found them. We found them! And all thanks to yours truly! Indeed. He led us right to the greatest treasure of all, this great thief, the truth.
Hey!
Well done, little... well done, little raven. You may have captured a would-be assassin in one of your other pictures too. Let's take another look. A red-hooded suspect could be in one of the other photographs from potentially after the shooting, since the other one is close-up. Is the person in the red hood somewhere here? Yes, most likely that person. Depending on the angle of all of that, this could correlate with... multiple things, honestly.
Take that!
Look, right there! A red jacket. That must be our suspect. Looks like they
took advantage of the confusion to make their getaway.
Luckily, we can't see exactly where they were headed. That's this samurai dog stand. Precisely. Which means they escaped towards the right side of the spectator area. Detective Gumshoe.
And on it, sir. Consider it cleared.
Good, I'm counting on you. And onwards he goes. We have you now, my little Red Riding Hood. The entire park is cordoned off, and we know which way you went. Now it's simply a matter of hunting you down. Now, let's continue our investigation. There's evidence somewhere here. There's evidence here somewhere. All we have to do is find it. Alright, this here appears to be that umbrella we saw. This here is one of those four lanterns, so literally in the middle of the samurai dog stand is where the person aimed an arm. Let's see if we can find something here. I must go to the scene and inspect anything that catches my attention.
Samurai dogs.
Now with Sakura relish. It's a samurai dogs. Now with Sakura relish. Just in time for spring.
Sakura, huh? What does that taste like?
Well, Sakura is cherry blossom, so I guess maybe cherries?
But blossoms are blossoms and cherries are cherries, sir. They're totally different things.
But you're right, I suppose.
What does Sakura taste like? Really taste like? This is my kind of mystery.
I believe there are actually snacks that I've named Sakura something or other stuff, but yeah. Does this refer to simply the coloration they have, considering those are usually the color of cherry blossoms, or is there a specific type of actual taste that's usually used with this? Well, no matter what may be the case, welcome whoever joined, since I've just looked that way, and let's inspect the crime scene further. This is still the tutorial, but it can still be very much useful. Now, what do we have here? What's this?
A red button. Hey, do you think?
Seemed it was torn off or something, found near the samurai dog stand. Could have been dropped by our red-hooded suspect. Yes, it certainly seems likely. Also, there's something below this dog stand. Yeah, there's something red down there. Detective Gumshoe, can you see what that is on the stand, please?
Oh, there's something down here. Alright, let's see. A red raincoat.
A red raincoat. This must be what the suspect was wearing. They must have taken it off and hidden it under there before they made their escape. Seemingly discarded by the person in the red hood found under the samurai dog stand. Flung off hastily, it seems. I guess the button belongs to that other sleeve. The right sleeve in this case. So what do we have here? It's a flimsy looking food stand, made of plywood, and it sells samurai dogs.
Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, I've got $1.50 if you know.
You're not actually suggesting I subsidize you eating on the job.
I didn't mean to, that is, maybe when we're done.
Fine. When we have finished investigating, you can have one, and only one, understood?
Sorry, sir. I should have... Wait. You just say I could have one.
Yes, why? Is something the matter?
No, it just... wasn't expecting you to... Thanks, sir.
Yeah, in most cases, Edgeworth is rather harsh on Gumshoe. It appears I may have found the most pressing matters here. Let's see. Can I logic anything here? Well, not really. Let's see if we can find anything else. There are toy rifles lined up along the counter.
Oh, a rifle range. I'm gonna be, sir, a regular sharpshooter.
I thought you said you hated guns.
Oh, I don't hate him. I just don't really like him.
Isn't that basically the same thing? Huh. The banner advertising the rifle range has fallen over. Must have been knocked down in the crush.
Crush?
It is covered in footprints too. The crowd must have really panicked.
Hey, you know where I can buy one of these?
Why would you wish to? Don't tell me you are thinking of writing Gumshoe on it and wearing it on your back.
What? How did you guess? Are you a mind reader, sir? Is that it?
It was a joke, but I should have known that nothing's impossible when it comes to the good detective. There has to be something else I can glean from here. What do we have here? It's the hand of the steel samurai balloon, or rather, the fan and the hand that's holding it.
Mr. Edgeworth, there's no dying message, sir.
Why would there be? The president isn't dead.
Not from the president, from the steel samurai.
Let me break this to you gently, Detective. The steel samurai here is just a balloon.
But you've said it yourself 1,000 times. Every piece of evidence has a tale to tell. Which means a steel samurai must have something to tell us too.
There I delve into what else you misconstrued it. Misconstrued, sorry. Wait, supposedly I never inspected the sleeve. The sleeve, it's inside out. The button is missing too. I guess this was then the last part. Most likely what's left here. There's a good likelihood with two there's a good likelihood these two belong together. In that case, that button must have most likely been ripped off as the perpetrator was hastily trying to remove that jacket. Either that or it got stuck on something. The button we found seems to have come from this raincoat. It must have been pulled loose when the killer took it off.
Huh. A right sleeve's inside out too.
It would seem it was removed in a hurry, fast enough to tear a button off no less. I surmise our assassin disposed of their gun and back in the trash immediately after shooting the president. Then they slipped into the panicked crowd and moved from the left to the right side of the spectator area. This was because they knew the trajectory of the bullet would point the shooter to the left side. To a shooter on the left side. Finally, they removed the raincoat and hid it under the samurai dog stand. The killer would have needed to get rid of the coat as soon as possible, hence its hurried removal. The fact that the right sleeve's inside out is a testament to how quickly it was taken off.
Yep, that and the missing button.
The question, of course, is why didn't the same thing happen to the left sleeve?
Oh yeah, only the right sleeve's inside out.
Indeed. And the button on the left sleeve is still securely attached.
So, what does this mean, Miss Edgeworth?
Well, to answer that question, Detective, we need to inspect the raincoat in more detail. Well, my first idea is that if a shooter may be left-handed, then it would make sense, considering if they were to simulate at the very least a full sleeve, they could have hidden the gun at ready under the coat. Simply put up your arm with the gun while having the coat slightly unzipped, and you can shoot and potentially move after that without having, without immediately having to show off your gun. Let's take a closer look at the inside of the raincoat. Detective Gumshoe?
Yes, sir.
Intriguing, there's blood here. This is a bloodstain. And considering where it's located, I'd say the blood belongs to our would-be assassin.
Well, we're looking for someone with an injury.
Not just any injury. An injury on their left arm.
Huh? How do you know that?
The right sleeve is inside out, suggesting that the suspect removed the raincoat in a hurry. Conversely, the left sleeve is just as we would expect it to be. Therefore, the suspect's left arm was never in the sleeve in the first place. And once we understand that, everything else falls into place. Now, detective, there's a bloodstain on the left side lining off the raincoat because the suspect's arm was too injured to fit through the sleeve. Precisely, or at least we can say that there is a good probability that was the case. Why yawning? Why are you back? I don't like you. So, we do have additional data. Pieces are starting to fall into place. Detective Gumshoe, I need you to go and search the crowd for likely suspects.
Yes, sir. Suspicious characters with injured left arms coming right up.
You're even smarter than you look, Ruffles.
Taking all of them itty-bitty pieces and putting them together like that, you'll have your man in no time. That's Miss Edgeworth for you.
Park is still corned off, so what would-be assassin should be in that crowd somewhere. Don't let me down, Detective Gumshoe. March 25th, 3:27 PM, Gold Lake spectator area. Again with my yawning. Maybe I should have played something different.
Miss Edgeworth, we found someone who fits the bill perfectly, sir. Wait till not the assassin, gummy!
Hold on, Kay. Still a little too soon to be jumping to conclusion. For a moment, we're just a person of interest and nothing more. Understood? Okay, no jumping.
But he's our shooter, sir. I'm sure of it. He's the guy who tried to take out the president.
In broad daylight, surrounded by a crowd of witnesses. This is no ordinary assassin. Bring him over here, Detective. Carefully. Yep, for some reason I'm getting tired.
Yes, sir. Come on, boys. You're hurt, Miss Edgeworth.
Oh, it's him. That is the most pompous way and the most stylish, narcissistic way I've ever seen someone have an ice cream cone. His ice cream cone has a monocle on the same side as he has. For reference, if I remember correctly, this guy literally has the name Da Killer and is a person of interest from another Ace Attorney game. As you may have seen here, the reason he's, well, on foot, not in jail or anything else, indicates that he wasn't jailed back then. But still, him. Well, give me 3 or 4 steps in order to rattle myself back awake, and I'll leave you with this music and this rather astonishing sight for this little minute. Well, so I'm back. Just a few steps around in order to rattle myself back awake. And I can say that I'm still standing. But yeah. No, I certainly won't attempt to sing this, considering I pretty much don't know any of the lyrics, but yeah. Well, let's see what our currently mysterious weird guy with the most stylish type of ice cream I've ever seen has to say. No umbrella, and a bandage on his left arm.
Well, pal, state your name already. Doe. John Doe.
Charmed, I'm sure. John Doe. Not a name you often hear in real life. That's correct. I know this man from somewhere, I'm sure of it. And you are Prosecutor Edgeworth. You know my name. Of course. I have been following the day's developments with some interest. Now perhaps you'd care to explain why you've asked to speak with me. As you've been following our investigation, you are no doubt already aware who we are looking for. Huh. From the sound of it, there's a thunderstorm somewhere near me. Well, let's hope it won't shatter something. So, let me ask you, do you recognize this raincoat by any chance? Forgive me, but I'm afraid I do not. I see. Well, I believe its owner to be the would-be assassin we are seeking. My. Well, isn't that just shocking? And the same would-be assassin happens to have an injured left arm, just like you. All I can tell you is that I had nothing to do with this unfortunate affair. Two adversaries stage each other down. Their eyes like deadly lasers. Care to tell the readers what happens next?
A showdown! That's what. A battle of wits. A battle of words.
Dare I let him explain any further what he thinks this upcoming battle will entail? Well, let's see what Gumshoe's interpretation of what Edgeworth does is, shall we?
In a battle of wits, you never know if or when the other guy may be lying or just plain mistaken. But if you spot inconsistency in a statement of theirs, you gotta present the evidence that proves it.
And to do that, I'll need to first open my organizer with right bumper, then press Y to present my evidence. And what if ain't no inconsistencies to find?
Then you change tack, press for more information, and see what you can shake loose.
Indeed, I can press my opponent with left button. Left bumper.
Why don't you show us how it's done, Mr. Edgeworth?
Stepping up our bat, our nation's top prosecutor. Once I'm able to quietly give her my thoughts, yes. Dose deposition. I believe I like the new direction this music may take, though I'll see if I really like it. But yeah, it is our suspect speaking. I can understand why whoever wore the raincoat would be of interest to you. But you have no proof that this person is injured as you claim. My left arm may be injured, but I can still use my right. When it starts raining, I simply open my umbrella, no raincoat required. There you contend that you were not wearing a raincoat. Is that correct? It is. And is that so strange? Not everyone wears one after all. I happen to prefer an umbrella. Team raincoat over here. They're perfect for when a girl really needs to move. Heck, I don't use neither. Come rain, sleet, snow or shine, it's my trusty parka every time. Not exactly the line of inquiry I was hoping to pursue. So you see, I'm not your would-be killer. And I'm not in the habit of making baseless accusations, Mr. Doe. Please, I'm just simple... What did he say? Please, I'm just a simple ice cream cell... Oh my. Forgive me, my wound seems to have begun bleeding again in all the excitement. The owner of the raincoat is definitely our assassin. That owner also has an injured left arm. I'm onto you, Mr. Doe. It's only a matter of time. So let's see if we can draw out more information. And complete it. I can understand why whoever wore the raincoat would be of interest to you. So, we have someone here. A professional, to be sure. In this case, a professional ice cream salesman and potentially professional assassin. However, it is still a person we can severely annoy by pressing everything.
Hold it!
So you admit that whoever wore the raincoat is a person of interest. I know they are. I was able to follow most of your investigation from the spectator area. One never thinks one could get caught up in such an awful thing as an assassination. But we have no proof as this person is injured as you claim.
Hold it!
So you'd like to see some proof that the owner of the raincoat has an injury. I'd certainly expect such a renowned prosecutor to have some. Still don't understand how you know who I am.
Oh, come on, Mr. Edgeworth, you're famous. I probably read about you in the newspaper.
I have also been observing you and your work, lest you forget. I don't believe a word he says. If I can prove he's lying, we'd be one step closer to apprehending our shooter. My left arm may be injured, but I can still use my
Hold
right.
it!
That looks like quite a serious injury, Mr. Doe. How long ago did it happen exactly? Oh, not long. That's all you're going to say on the subject? Well, it certainly made serving ice cream more difficult. And stopped me from holding my umbrella while at work. When it started raining, I simply opened my umbrella. No rain required. And yet you don't seem to have an umbrella on you at the moment. Then the rain stopped only a short while ago, just before the shooting. It did indeed. I remember because I was suddenly inundated with customers. That was less than an hour ago. Are you trying to tell me you lost your umbrella in a short span of time? Yes, that's exactly what I'm trying to tell you. After all, it only takes a moment for someone to steal an umbrella, especially in a crowd of that size. That's entirely possible, I suppose. I had my umbrella when it was raining, Miss Edgeworth. That is a fact.
And then he lost that umbrella in the crowd. Huh? To the crowd. Guess it's only one of those things, huh?
I suppose you're going to tell me that his wound reopening is just one of those things too.
Well, it kinda is now.
The assassin's left arm is injured. Very bold move to hold an ice cream at that angle with your mouth. Especially a cone. As is Mr. Doe. Why, it's even bleeding as we speak.
Alright, that is pretty suspicious.
Nonetheless, we need to find something concrete that will link Mr. Doe to the crime. Should have my organizer and look over all of my evidence again. Well, we do have a little bit of that in this regard, because we know about the inside of this here with the bloodstain.
Objection!
You seem like a careful man, Mr. Doe, but not quite careful enough. After all, you left something behind, something of vital importance. I'm afraid I'm afraid you must have me confused with somebody else. The code does not belong to me. Or do you claim to have some kind of proof to support your accusations? Your arm isn't troubling you too much, I hope. Your wound seems to be bleeding again. I'll survive. Although I can't pretend it's not something of an inconvenience. You have my deepest sympathies. Because if it wasn't bleeding quite so badly, you would have perhaps made a clean getaway. What exactly are you insinuating? As we have already established, whoever wore the raincoat is injured. And now I can prove that person was you. With this decisive piece of evidence, it's a little quickly, even though his ice cream is sweating. That's also not a sentence I thought I'd ever say. You see, Mr. Doe, there is a small amount of blood on the inside of the raincoat. Blood that belongs to our assassin. These animations tend to be brilliant.
Attempted murder of a foreign leader, causing a diplomatic incident. Well, throw the book at you.
You can give us a silent treatment all you like, but we don't need you to talk. A simple blood test will give us the answer we require. All it takes for us is to compare the blood on your bandage with that on the coat. And we will, and that we will be that. We have the evidence. Why don't you make it easier on us, on us all? Or why don't you make it easier on all of us and come clean? Admit that you were the one who attempted to assassinate the president of Zarkfair. Zarkfair? I am not your assassin. You're stubborn, I'll give you that. But if this were a game of chess, you would already be in checkmate. Now do the honorable thing and admit defeat. He doesn't look like a man with no moves left to play. Very well, you have me. I'll admit it, I was wearing the raincoat.
He confessed. Say the word and I'll slap the cuffs on him right now.
But I did not shoot the president.
What?
Mr. Edgeworth? The only thing you have proven is that I was wearing a particular raincoat. And as far as I'm aware, that's not a crime. He doesn't feel cornered. Well, time for round number 2, I guess. I'm no assassin. I'm a simple ice cream seller. One who happened to be wearing a red raincoat while watching the president speak. I was as surprised as anyone when his bodyguard sprang into action and the shots rang out. That's when the spectators panicked and started running and screaming for their lives. Now, are you finally satisfied that I'm telling the truth? As if your story stinks! You don't scare me. Evidence is on our side, you know. Look, it's right there, plain to say. The assassin, they are wearing a red raincoat. Intriguing, but that is not me. Come on. Tell me, Mr. Edgeworth, do you really think I was the only one in the entire park wearing a red raincoat today? I do, actually. But then why? Why does he seem so sure of himself? I'm no assassin. I'm a simple ice cream seller.
Hold it!
Let's press it all. A simple ice cream seller, but a knowledgeable one, I assume. On the subject of ice cream, at least. But of course, ask me anything you wish. Yuck, I don't know the first thing about ice cream. You know what the most important thing about making ice cream is, of course. Mr. Edgeworth? The most important thing about making ice cream is to approach it with a virtuous heart. And what does virtue have to do with anything? Without proper reverence for the craft, I'm afraid all you'll ever make are sweetened crystals of ice. I hope that you now see. Nothing more than an ice cream seller. One that happened to be wearing a red raincoat while watching the president.
Hold it!
Why a raincoat? Why were you not using an umbrella? Is that so strange? It was a rainy morning. Most people were wearing a jacket of some kind. Well, I'd say it's a pretty strange choice considering you couldn't get one of your arms into it. Better that than have one of my hands occupied by an umbrella. I had ice cream to serve after all. Then why go to such lengths to avoid testifying to that effect in the first place? Forgive me, I simply hadn't remembered until now. It's been an eventful day after all. Eventful. Well, I hardly know what else to call him, Mr. Edgeworth. The president of the giant fair was shot at. I was as surprised as anyone when his bodyguard sprang to action and shot him.
Hold it!
Well, pressing it and... oh... God damn it. So you saw the bodyguards move before you heard the gunshots. Yes, if I recall correctly, they moved first. At least one of them. At least the one on the left did. You're rather observant, Mr. Doe. I am blessed with keen eyes. The names of the bodyguards were written in the top left corner of the security plan. And the one on the left was a rook. That's correct. Bastian Rook, I believe. I expect he noticed the light from the laser sight. The man is no amateur. Mr. Doe knows a little too much about the business of being a bodyguard for my liking. I'd say your friend here is no amateur either. I'd like you to append what you just said to your testimony, if you don't mind. As you wish. The bodyguard on the left, Bastian Rook, was it? Was especially quick to respond.
Hold it!
Further elaboration, please. So the bodyguard on the left was the first to move. By the smallest fraction, yes, he reacted admirably swiftly. His name was Bastian Rook, did you say? It appears you've assessed the situation quite astutely. No more so than anybody else, I'm sure. Yes, good. He didn't even flinch. That's when the spectators panicked and started running and screaming for their lives.
Hold it!
So you yourself didn't start running and screaming. I was hardly in a position to. Oh yeah? And what position were you in? One of extreme pain. Somebody bumped right into my wounded arm. Hard. It was excruciating. Thought my eyes would pop out of my head. Yeah, well, they clearly didn't. Of course they didn't, Kay. In any event, the shooter was wearing a red raincoat. We have photographic proof of that, and yet... Sir John Doe here swears it wasn't him.
A guy's lying for his teeth, I tell you. Don't get away with disrespecting Mr. Edgeworth, pal. Not on my watch.
Calm down, detective. We will get the truth out of him by catching him in a lie. Yeah, so let's keep at it. He'll let something slip soon enough. I'm no assassin, so... Historically speaking, appended testimony pieces are usually what is to be responded at, so it is rather likely that it is this here, which may or may not be relevant. Let's see if I have any thing I can compare to it. Ba-da-da-da-da. From what I can tell, relevant data points would either be case photography skills here, on account of them having, among other things, our people, and the other would potentially... No, wait. A diagram of the security arrangements, almost certainly classified. He knows the name of at least one of the bodyguards. However, as far as we know, that may not necessarily be possible.
Objection!
As I suspected, you are more than what you claim to be, Mr. Doe. You overestimate me, Mr. Edgeworth. Oh, then tell me how a simple ice cream seller knows one of the presidential bodyguard's names. What? You jest, surely. You were the one who spoke their names loud. Rook and Knight.
Objection!
We only know those names thanks to the security plan. But look closely, only the surnames appear. Yet we clearly heard you say the name Bastion Rook. How did you come to possess such information? We ourselves did that.
Seems pretty darn suspicious to me.
Well, how did you know? Explain yourself. It was merely a slip of the tongue.
Never lie. He is the assassin, just like we said.
Come on, now, miss. It is a little too soon to be jumping to such conclusions. All I did know was their names, yes, and the reason for that is, well, we're waiting. I know Mr. Rook. He and I are acquainted. What? We have something of a connection. And his is a name I could never forget.
Don't think we're stupid, pal. Stop lying.
I am not lying. I am, as I have always been, a simple ice cream seller. And an acquaintance of Bastion Rook.
Objection!
And I suppose Mr. Rook will confirm this. Should be easy enough if you remember his good friend, the slippery ice cream seller, correct? Please, you're more than welcome to ask him, although I think that may be difficult right now. I would imagine he's rather busy ensuring the president's safety. But suppose you are able to speak with him, and he does deny that he and I are acquainted. How will that help you prove I was a shooter?
Objection!
If you weren't a shooter, why take off your raincoat? Because it was no longer raining. In fact, it had grown quite warm. Far better to let my wound breathe, no? Or would you rather I had let it fester? Is he actually going to warm his way out of this?
What are you waiting for, Mr. Edgeworth? Hurry up and arrest the man. He's clearly guilty. If I were you, he'd be in jail already.
Coming from Prosecutor Payne, usually something like this could mean that the guy's innocent in this case. You might be willing to arrest a man without sufficient proof, but I am not.
No, come on, Mr. Edgeworth. There's gotta be something you can do. Shocking scenes here, as the culprit seems all but certain to escape justice.
It seems the court of public opinion has spoken. Very well. As I will clearly be viewed with suspicion no matter what I say, I may as well share what I know. What you know? What's his angle here? I saw them. I saw another person with a red hood. What? Are you kidding? It's the person you captured in your photograph. I first noticed them just before the president's speech began. It was still raining then. The outfit was the same color as my own, which is what drew my attention. As did a laser beam that was aimed directly at the president's head. He's claiming there was another red-hooded person. Preposterous. I know that if anyone saw me dressed similarly to a visitor, the yawning, I could fall under suspicion myself. And so naturally, I removed my raincoat.
Objection!
So, not only did you see the assassin, but they were wearing exactly the same thing as you. How very convenient. I had thought you may find it far-fetched, hence my not mentioning it until now. I know you law enforcement people are very skeptical types. You would never have believed me. Especially not if I had said that the shooter was standing right next to a certain prosecutor. Well, I know you don't mean me. I wasn't here when summoned until after the shooting. No, not you, Mr. Ashworth. Your colleague over there. Huh? Me? Yes, the photograph will prove it, I am sure. You see, right there in front of the person with the red hood. That's me, yes, but... What exactly are you saying? What is his endgame here? As I mentioned, I have been following your investigation with some interest, Mr. Ashworth. And while pondering the details, I noticed something strange. Strange? What exactly? Come now, a man of your talent should be more than capable of spotting contradictions such as this. I'm afraid I don't follow. The picture shows the chief prosecutor. Where's the chief? Oh, there's the chief next to Payne. The chief prosecutor, Mr. Payne, and the shooter. But there's nothing weird about that, is there? Think carefully. The picture was taken right in the middle of the president's speech. One of the other pieces of evidence you've gathered is inconsistent with what we see here. What is Mr. D talking about? Which piece of evidence is inconsistent with or what is in this picture? Well, this is in the middle of the president's speech, and while I have no idea how he's supposed to have the potential of knowing this unless he has outright bugged me, we do know here that Mr. Payne and the older gentleman have been talking. Supposedly, this is Payne and the chief prosecutor. Apparently, this has been recorded by Miss Lloyd, and well, there we have the whole thing with this. She was within range of it. So either we see her here, or we see her not here, but her microphone was certainly in range. So I suppose this would be it. The other thing that's obviously wrong is the angle of one of the shots, since, well, that went straight into that balloon.
Take that!
Yeah, of course, the tape. It contradicts the photograph. So you have noticed at last. What's going on? What's he going on, about, Mr. Edgeworth? Someone's missing. Someone who should be here. Huh? But who? Who indeed? The person who's missing from this photograph is Miss Tabby Lloyd.
Take that!
Huh? Miss Lloyd? Also, now that I look about it, yes, she has a reversible parka there, which is red on the inside. She told us herself that it's reversible. How do you figure that? Mr. Payne's voice can clearly be heard on Miss Lloyd's tape. Considering he was conducting a private conversation with the chief prosecutor. Oh, there was these two old guys standing right in front of me. They were whispering away to each other the whole darn time. She must have been very close indeed to capture it on tape. You're right, but she's not in the picture. Precisely. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, do you still believe that you have been hounding the right person? Well, he could be right. Miss Lloyd, would you mind answering a few questions? Wow, you're fixing to put me under a microscope now? Alright, sure, knock yourself out. I got nothing to hide. And here we continue. Still, I want to have an answer to a simple question. Why do you have a bear trap on you? Not only a bear trap, but one that's already prepared to snap. It ain't like I was standing the whole time. Nah, I was running all over, roving reporter style. And that was a big old crowd. Guess the picture must have been taken while I was in the other spot. Was in one spot, and the tape from when I was in another. So quit giving me the evil eye. I ain't nothing but a misunderstanding. There's no doubt about the voices on the tape. That was Mr. Payne and the chief prosecutor, I'm sure of it. Tabby wouldn't lie to us. He knows she wouldn't. But if she did, that would mean... But she's our perp. You're awkward messing thing with me. As if I could have done a thing like that. Little old me. I might be inclined to believe you if your testimony didn't contain a glaring inconsistency. It does. I thought it was pretty good. Seems I have no choice but to present her with the evidence and expose the contradiction. Yeah. Not Lloyd's testimony. It ain't like I was standing there the whole time. Yeah, let's go over all of it. And after this dang fly stops annoying me, I may as well press her along.
Hold it!
Why would you be moving around if your aim was to record the president's speech? Well now, how do you mean? Surely the speech would have been best recorded from a single consistent position. See, that is, oh yeah, ambience. That's the word I was looking for. Gotta capture the ambience. Can't put that electric atmosphere down in print. if I don't have a bunch of it on tape for inspiration. Surely all you achieved was to fill the tape with unwanted background noise. Y'all are questioning my methods now? I don't do standing still, alright? I was running around all over, roving reporter style. And that's one big old crowd. You are running all over. Where exactly? Here, there, and everywhere. I guess what y'all know what all over means. You think I remember but where I was and when in a crowd it was? What do y'all want from me? I'd like you to at least tell us whether you were to the left or the right of the stage. Left. Yeah, left I think. The suspect in the picture was on the left side. Coincidence. This picture must have been taken while I was on one spot and the tape from when I was on another. So, the fact that you are not in the picture is to be expected. Is that what you're trying to tell us? It surely is. I caught your pals, the prosecutor, on tape while I was on a part of, in one part of the crowd, and then that picture was snapped while I was off somewhere else. Look at it that way. And it all makes perfect sense. The assertion then is that the picture and your recording were taken at different points in the speech. Yep. Timing's everything. You'll learn that soon enough in this line of work. So for proof that the two things did happen at the same time, the entire defense will come tumbling down. Honestly, there's another reason why she may cause something of a light show. That would be if she were to use a directional microphone in order to partially at least filter out other stuff. So quit giving me the evil eye, ain't nothing but a misunderstanding. Evil eye? Are you suggesting that I may be attempting to intimidate a witness? I'm just suggesting that you lighten up a little. Throw that away for too long and it'll stick. Ain't nothing so bad that a little smile can make it better, wouldn't you say, Ruffles? I am investigating the shooting of a president, Miss Lloyd. Smile's highly unlikely to help with that. So, proclaimed the prosecutor, all the while beaming from ear to ear. Paragraph ends. Perhaps what I ought to do is simply deploy my even evil eye on her next time. I just can't get a read on her. But I don't feel like she's hiding in anything super bad either. I agree that she doesn't seem to be ill-intentioned. But who knows if that means something much worse is lying just underneath. Regardless, we must put aside our immediate impressions. Her actions are on the record. And I have proof that contradicts her testimony. Yep, most likely the timing thing. Let's check once again. Did she move on with that? Well, her own recording would of course be the most glaring point.
Objection!
After all, we can simply compare the time frame between those two. Well, those 2 points in the recording. Miss Lloyd, it's impressive for a reporter not to lie. It's not impressive, imperative for a reporter not to lie, wouldn't you say? Well, honestly, with today's media, impressive is also fitting. But yeah. Yeah, dang right it is, and I don't lie. And yet, the photograph and the recording were definitely taken at the same time. Well, you can't prove that. No, but I can. The evidence is right here in these pictures. This one in particular shows something that lines up precisely with when you were making your recordings. One part of the picture indicates that it must have been taken at the same time with Miss Lloyd's recordings. Well, the fact that in this case here, Mr. Payne is directly whispering deeply into a doll. Also, you narrated yourself that he pumps his fist up.
Take that!
Yeah, look closely. And that is wrong. Look again, it's faint, but there it is. A speck of dust, maybe. And so all the time, amateurs tend to wipe the lens. Went up thinking they got a ghosting camera. You into that kind of thing, Ruffles? I should listen to Miss Lloyd's tape again. The recording was made right when the photograph was taken at all. Just need to... Well, she herself narrated this.
Take that!
So it must have been this. See, the president has his fist raised. And what about it? Could we so kind as to play us the tape again? Huh? I see, it ain't that simple. What if I were to tell you that you don't have a choice? You don't make it easy, do you, Ruffles? Remember, we are concerned with the moment the president raised his fist. No criminal organization, no matter how big, is above the law. The president thrusts his fist into the air as the excitement reaches a fever pitch. There, that's the moment right there. Correct. We've now confirmed when it occurred in the recording. Which means Tabby should be in the photo, in the picture too. And she is right there for all of us to see. But Miss Lloyd is in fact the person with the red hood. What? Like I said, wearing an already armed bear trap on your things, apparently without having any form of security feature on it, that's a very, very bad idea, Tabby. Why would you do that? Oh, sorry. So you're a shooter, huh? No, I don't even own a jacket like that. That's right, from everything we know, the owner of the red raincoat is... We don't know how long it is. From all we know to John Doe, however, we see phase 2. Well, we did establish that John Doe owns one, and that's most likely the right thing here. We have already proven that raincoat belongs to Mr. Doe. You, Miss Lloyd, were wearing something else, something that also happened to have a red hood. So there were two people with red hoods all along. Indeed. Miss Doe's last statement was true. Wait, but we only found one raincoat. Where's the other one? The ice cream seller never mentioned the raincoat, only a red hood. So tell us about your jacket again, Miss Lloyd. Huh? This old thing? Well, The best thing about it, like I said, is if you get mod and such on it, it's reversible, see? So you just turn inside out and just as I thought. The inside of the hood, it's red. That's right. And when the incident occurred, that's the side of the hood that was visible.
What's going on here? What are you really up to, huh, pal?
I'm kinda sorry that I didn't, that my commentary here is primarily, well, narration. But, well, it's a lot to narrate in these games. And I can certainly use the training. Wait, I never even wore that way. I never even wore that way around. Perhaps if you would allow us to examine it, we could confirm that for ourselves. And you're gonna confirm that how exactly? It was raining right up until the present speech, correct? That much has been established already. And as you yourself said, heck, I don't use either. Come rain, sleet, snow or shine, it's my trusty Parker every time. If you haven't reversed your Parker since the rain, then the inside should be dry. Wait a sec now. I got this big old backpack on, you see, so I can't take off my jacket yet. You know, you can take off the backpack here, you know. Maybe I could show you some other time. I think your rack week's gonna wash with Miss Edgeworth. What are you waiting for? If you're innocent, take it off and show us. It wasn't me, I swear. Never shot the dying president. I could never. If that's true, Miss Lloyd, then your best option is to cooperate and tell us the truth. Is there a particular reason why you chose to wear Parker with a red hood here today? I'm sorry, Ruffles. There's something I never told you, something I couldn't. But I'll come clean, I promise. Just go easy on me now you're here. Someone said hold it. Who said that? Hold your horses, it's a little soon for the end game. Oh, I see, one of the bodyguards. That would be Mr. Knight. That goes for you too, Mr. Prosecutor. You lost this one the moment you made your opening move. That's one of the men from Case Photograph. Guess I'd better introduce myself. My name's Bronco Knight. I'm the President's personal bodyguard. Mr. Knight, I hope the safety on that thing is on, because otherwise you've just endangered around 20 people. Wait, even with the safety on, you have endangered about 20 people. And second in command of his security detail. Oh, sorry. Eek. Just eek.
Find that thing someplace else, pal. What the heck's wrong with you?
Sorry, can't help myself. It's just too much fun being this good. You're not a member of law enforcement, so how did you get a gun? These are guns alone from Jack Fair, temporarily issued to us presidential bodyguards. Anyway, never mind that. I've got two tidbits of news for you. You want the good or the bad first? Choice is yours. I'm indifferent, whichever you prefer. Really? You're giving up on the first move advantage just like that? Whatever, your loss. I guess I'll punch out the first pawn then. So you play a little chess, I take it. Huh, a fellow fan, are you, Mr. Red Suit? The name's Edgeworth, and you could say I doubt. Duly noted, Mr. Edgeworth. Alright, I'll start with the good news. The present's okay. Didn't suffer so much as a scratch.
It didn't.
Oh, that's a relief. Particularly for the young lady here. That means there's no longer murder charge on the table. That is good news, huh, Tuppy? Yeah, 'cause I never... Now for the bad news. The only reason the president is alive is because we bodyguards did our job. One of us did anyhow, our boss. And put himself in the line of fire. You're referring to your colleague, Mr. Rook. Yeah, it's game over for him. Well, that is a little... well, less good.
No way.
Rook is dead. Genuine loss. So, you're saying that Tabby? Yeah. Your friend here killed my colleague. My brother in arms. Heck no, I didn't do it. I didn't kill anybody, I could never. I'd shut my mouth if I were you, murderer. Don't be too trigger happy, buddy. Well, it's a nighty night for you when everything comes crashing down. Sure, we did what we had to do, sacrificed one of our peers to protect the king. But to lose someone like him doing a castling, it's a real shame.
Costly? What's that even mean?
It's a chess term. Very simplistically speaking, it's a move where a rook switches places with the king.
Then why didn't he say so?
Mr. Knight, was it? Yeah, what? We need to see the victim's body right away. And, if possible, I'd like to ask the President a few questions. Sorry, no can do. And why not? That's the first piece of news. And it's a piece you're gonna like the least. I thought you said there were only two. The National Police Force of Zhangfei will be handling things over there. Why?
You better be kidding, pal.
This investigation is assigned or was assigned to us. We're not about to hand it over. You're the Edgeworth, right? The one who solved the Atagrasso case. The President mentioned you. I'm honored to have wanted his attention. Makes sense that the Chief Prosecutor would assign this to you. Wait, the Chief assigned me to appease the President. But that was a mistake, a big one. Should have given the case to someone with a spine. I'm free to take it up with President Wang. If you enjoy diplomatic incidents, that is.
Yeah.
You're coming with me. We'll continue this on the presidential plane. No. I never did nothing, I swear. We can do this the hard way if you like, but in Zhangfei, justice is served one way or another. Ruffles, come on. You've gotta help me out here, please. Miss Lloyd. She's the one in the red hood, there's no denying that now. But I can't help feeling we still don't know the whole truth behind this case. I'm innocent, you gotta believe me. You cannot really let this happen. This is really how it ends. The look in her eyes, a crack in her voice as she begs me to help her. This is no act of a criminal, she's genuinely scared. If I let him take her, we'll never know what really happened. Eek! Eh? Huh? What the? What happened? Get your filthy hands off! Quiet now. Is that really any way to greet me? Your neck's barely begun to heal, and you've already forgotten who I am. I'm disappointed. Oh, that's why he was here. It appears there's an open contract on night. What? It's you? Ah, so you do remember. Why do you think you're dying, pal? Put the knife down and give it ammo. You got some nerve pulling a stunt like this in front of a bunch of police officers. Don't even think about it. You don't stand a chance against this guy. Who are you really, Mr. Doe? Let's just say that I'm no simple ice cream seller. The guy's a pro, a hitman. His name? Shelly the Killer. The Killer? There's no legal professional in this country who doesn't know that name. An assassin capable of taking down any target, any place, any time. This isn't the first time our paths have crossed. Bit too long, Miss Edgeworth. But of course, this is the first time we've met face to face. You're the assassin we've been looking for. In a sense, yes, a certain someone did indeed hire me to carry out a contract. And that contract did indeed specify that I was the assessor named President Wang. I swear I've seen his picture in one of my old files before, but how could I have been so careless? My bandage proved useful. My bandage proved useful for bringing a knife into the park undetected, but I miscalculated in certain other regards. He didn't bring a gun. Now, shall we play a little game, Mr. Knight? I know how fond you are of such diversions. The stakes must be high in order for it to be fun, of course. Shall we wager, say, your life? What do you want from me? I would like for you to allow Mr. Edgeworth to remain in charge of the case. The what? What are you up to, the Killer? I would simply like our mutual friend to see things through the other... I'd like her, simply like our mutual friend to see things through to their conclusion. Huh? But why? Bastian Rook was a man of great skill, one with whom I have felt a certain connection. It is only right that the truth behind his death be brought to light. With Mr. Rook's departure, the case is now yours to investigate, is it not, Mr. Knight? I'm simply asking you to transfer that authority to Mr. Edgeworth. It's not something worth losing your life over, surely? You're just using the investigation as an excuse to get close to the President. Am I really? I suppose it is true that in order for the investigation to proceed, we will need to enter the presidential plane. Think I'm gonna let you near him? I'm his chief bodyguard. Are you? And here I thought you were only the second in command. Rook's not around, that means I'm number one. I wonder if you have what it takes to step into such capable shoes. Of course I do. I'm the leader now. Me. If that is indeed the case, then I would ask that you make a choice worthy of a leader. Will you need to see throw away your life, or will you allow the investigation to continue? So you really doing this to gain access to the president? Does he even need to? What is he plotting? You have no objections, I trust, Mr. Edgeworth? Come, let us continue the investigation. I do have a suspicion here. There's a chance that Shelley the Killer was explicitly hired by Mr. Rook in order to eliminate the president. Would be a bit on the weird side, but his previous appearance in Acertar suggested that he is a man who, well, he is a man who will absolutely follow his contract, meaning only the only reasons he would deviate from his plans are not emotional factors, but if a contract becomes non-viable. However, that would imply that either he fucks up his entire job, that if there's a breach of contract from his, or there's a breach of contract from the other side, meaning his, well, whoever hired him. However, there's a bit more to it. For example, obviously, a dead man cannot transfer funding, so a contract would also get annihilated if, well, if one part of the contract were dead. Thinking about this, there's a good chance that Mr. Rook would have hired, would be the one to have hired Shelley the Killer in order to get rid of the president, yet with Rook being dead and from another's hand, that is suddenly an entirely different matter. Therefore, Shelley the Killer's curiosity about the death of his contract partner, and maybe even something else, is suddenly more of a priority here.
What do we do, sir?
It would seem we have a little choice but to do as we are told. That's it, listen detective, and listen well. I'll buy some time as I investigate. Meanwhile, you gather the other officers. Have him surround the plane, and make absolutely certain that there's no way he can escape.
Yes, sir. You got it.
That is curious indeed. I will absolutely save this. Well, honestly, I do not need this one here, considering I did already solve it, so I may as well override it. After all, I do have every single case of the first game unlocked. Well, Ace Attorney investigations too. Prosecutors Gambit. This is a longer case compared to the first game. By now, the first game would have been easily have found its conclusion of the first case already. Well, I still have an hour or something at the very least for my stream today, so let's continue. With the death of Bastian Rook and the revelation that Shelley the Killer was in our midst, the case had taken a turn we could have never predicted. Mr. Knight ordered that the door to the presidential plane be opened, and the emergency personnel attending to Mr. Rook's body were asked to leave. With the scene cleared, we stepped cautiously aboard. Well, I have to say, it's an interesting thing to have Shelley the Killer be of essential importance to a case without him having anything directly to do with it. Though we don't know it yet, however, apparently he didn't bring a gun in and intended to find a proper way to use a knife for his attempted assassination. So, yeah. March 25th, 4:15 p.m. Zhangfei Presidential Plane. No president in sight. Now where could he be? Who knows? So he's hiding behind the bulkhead door over there, is he? As courageous in the face of danger as ever. Sorry to disappoint, but you seriously expect him to be standing here, waiting to meet his assassin? As we have already established, my interest lies only in the successful conclusion of his investigation. Now, Mr. Edgeworth, if you would be so kind as to examine the body. Alright. My only option right now is to play along. The rest is up to you, Detective Gumshoe. So, the attempted assassination of the president has become the murder of a bodyguard. It looked like you could use a little help there, Mr. Edgeworth. Not that I need it, but yes. That's what I thought. Then, there's nothing else for it. Kay Faraday, great thief extraordinaire, will just have to take it from here. Oh, really? You mean you're going to solve the case for me? Nope. I thought not. But I will provide vital assistance. Now, let's get to scouring this crime scene from top to bottom. It will take Detective Gumshoe a while to assemble our backup. So I'll need to draw this part of the investigation out as far, for as long as I possibly can. Let's start with it. Let's scour the scene and inspect anything that catches my attention. Oh, there are the bulletproof briefcases. It's a bulletproof attached case. Bodyguards use them to shield their clients from gunfire. There was some in-case photograph too. Looks like Rook and Knight each had one. Bulletproof attached case has been jotted down. Oh, hey, that's a photo I snatched. You can hardly steal a photo at a public event, Kay. But I'm snatching up a moment in time with every picture I take, you know. I take it, snatch is your new favorite word. Maybe. The body itself, let's see. It's the victim, Mr. Bastian Rook, bodyguard to the president of Zhangfei. He's one of the guys that brought the president inside as soon as the shooting started. Which means he continued to do his duty right up until his dying breath. At least he'll get posthumously promoted. Okay, it's better to know when to say nothing at all than to end up with your foot in your mouth. I know a lot of different things. I don't believe I've heard that one before. What do you mean? I mean, bodyguards don't even operate on the same rank promotion system as the police in the first place. Well, here we have the bullet wound. The bullet seems to have entered just under his armpit and went clean through his body. Interesting. He was hit in an area his bulletproof vest didn't cover. That was on purpose or something, huh? Cause of death would appear to be a loss of blood. No. Give me just a moment. Sorry for that short interruption, but well, apparently someone really wanted to give me something, namely a bottle of sake, which is very much a nice thing to get, but well, that's nothing that is relevant for here. Well, except of course for the fact that I am more or less playing an anime game. So, the cause of death would appear to be blood loss. Attempts were made to staunch it, but to no avail. Notes have been jotted down. Medics must have been brought in to try and save him. Sadly, it was too late. Sadly, it was too little, too late. He's still clutching his gun, so he had it until the end. So the victim was also carrying a revolver. It looked like he was trying to use it. Probably drew it on instinct when he felt threatened. You should check to see if he managed to fire any rounds off. All there. And no other signs of the weapon having been used. Was this one on loan from Junk Fair too? Yeah, sure was. We are always issued with the same model gun. Interesting. Any additional data? Suggest... Oh, the puddle. There are two large rectangles cut into the floor here. I can see hinges through the gaps. It's an emergency entrance disguised as an emergency exit. All the president would need to do is Lewis roleplayer and make his miraculous escape, which would make it an exit, not an entrance. So which one is it? It's an exit, but it's used as an entrance, but disguised as an exit. Yeah, I think. Congratulations, you've even confused yourself. That's quite the achievement. However, it will be of importance later on, I'm sure. This appears to be everything we can gather from here. Someone has left an inflatable boat and an oar here. Probably so it's ready to go at any time. Wait, but there's only one oar. You can still row with one oar, you know. There's a wide selection of protective equipment here. Bulletproof vests, hazmat gear. No way, there's even a spacesuit! I get a sense that the president thinks he's very much in need of protection at all costs. But what if he was in a gunfight and there was poison gas everywhere? And he was in space, what would he do then? Then he'd simply put on the bulletproof vest, the hazmat gear and the spacesuit. That's probably easier said than done. I'm relatively sure that once properly sealed, a spacesuit can serve most likely the same purpose as a hazmat suit, with the exception of chemical warfare that could maybe melt through it, but that's a completely different question. So, no, it's sad music. So, you're under suspicion of murder. Can you tell me anything more? I didn't do it. I'm a reporter. I beg scoops, not souls. But then, why lie about your jacket and the laser sight? That was... I just... knew y'all would think it was fishy. Is that really all it was? Please, you gotta believe me. I could never do something like this. I'd like to tell you everything will be alright, but just try not to worry too much. If you really are innocent, I'll prove it, one way or another. Thank Chief. I believe in you. How many times must I tell you I am not your chief? Oh, sorry, Raffles. Clean forgot you were chief number 2. That's not what I meant. Well, would be very much easier if she were to simply provide us with this, well, whatever she uses, which may have a laser sight. I'm relatively sure it's a directional microphone, but we do not have any clue of that. The presence on the other side of his door. And what a door it is! I bet I could get the better of it, though. Get the better of it? Doors aren't there to be beaten. But look how heavy it is. Look at that lock, it's just sitting there begging for me to try it. Calm down, Kay, and think. Why may this door be locked? For me to open it, of course. Precisely. For you to open it, of course. Wait. What is the right answer anyway? Most likely in order to safeguard whoever's on the other side of it, but let's take a look at those screens. It's a bank of monitors displaying camera feeds from in and around the plane. I must scour each. Yeah, once again, I can go through this stuff here. So let's see. These monitors are displaying the cockpit and parts of the plane's exterior. But I don't see anything out of the ordinary. Well, these are the outside ones. That's the outside of the plane. Most true, this could not hope to approach without being spotted. But such measures would be mere child's play in my case. Wow, you think you can get past cameras like these without being seen? Of course, with these. You have to teach me how, please. Are you taking an apprentice by any chance? Okay. You do realize who you are talking to, don't you? I'm sorry. I had to ask though. What a great skill for a great thief, you know? Unfortunately for you, I am not the type to take on understudies. Oh, you're not? Oh, shame. Shame? In what way exactly? Oh. Yeah, this was what I already had. This is us, right now. This monitor is displaying a feed of this very room. They didn't go cheap when they bought these, huh? I'm afraid I can't quite tell myself, but I can even see a little crow's feet around your feet. Oh, my bad. They're just the usual deeply edged lines, you know, on your forehead. If you're quite finished. Curious indeed, but feed has been cut. Then we have this here. Documents of some kind. We could always steal a glance. Another security plan. This one requires a lot more. There are a lot more additional units on this one. Oh yeah, like the one from the trash can. Precisely. Wait, something feels off. Yeah, the one in the trash can does not have the pawns. Also covered in case of amphibious assaults. The president's safety is paramount. Spectators area should be covered at all times. This one indicates a whole lot of agents. Wait, let's just read into it. The same rough diagram of a stage area. Yeah, like the other security plan we found. For one from earlier, I mean. Oh, something's different, I'm sure of it. What could that mean? Time to put my powers of deduction to the test. Well, I could just check on this as well. The same is the same we already had. Well, deduce. There are no pawns on the other side.
Eureka!
The two plans are different. Also, security detail reorganized at some point. Huh? Oh, you're right. Yeah, we made some last-minute changes yesterday. Presence orders. Why the urgency? Because of what happened the day before. The killer here tried to take him down. He infiltrated the security detail, posed as one of us. Rook figured it out first, but not before the guy got within striking distance of the president. If only they hadn't stepped in just then, we'd all have been out of a job. But he made it, and our friend here wound up with a seriously twisted arm. Rook took a Rook put a bullet in it for good measure too. And where were you while this was happening? You were the first one I overpowered, were you not? Oh, that's embarrassing. Shut up, kid. Now I get it. Your neck has barely begun to heal and you've already forgotten who I am. I'm disappointed. But you see, bust up my neck so bad I can't even look to my right. I was somewhat astonished to have sustained an injury at all. A testament to Mr. Rook's skill. He was truly a master of his craft, unlike a certain other someone I could mention. I'm just as good as he ever was. You were a pawn to his queen, my young friend. What the heck do you know? So that's why you remembered Mr. Rook's name. You admired his skills as a bodyguard. Indeed. While I was serving on the team, I learned the names of all the operatives. But his particular stayed with me. It joined a very short list of those who have ever successfully wounded me. So that's the connection he was talking about. And that's why we changed up this. And that's why we changed up the security plan. Had to be sure there weren't any more assassins in the ranks. President didn't want anybody on stage he didn't trust, and he only trusts two people. Me and Rook. Curious. However, that also opened him up to a lot more, so... That's an interesting change of pace, so to speak. How does this explain your change in position? Oh yeah, he switched over. He switched over to the right-hand side. I told you. I can't turn my neck to the right. I could only cover the present's left side. So I wound up moving to the right side of the stage. Appears one of the bulletproof vests did take a hit. That looks heavy. So this is what a president. So this is what a president wears, huh? Must be made of something super special. Yes, to protect him from bullets. What? So it's not just for show? Of course not. This is a bulletproof vest. Oh, so that's what one of those looks like. Why didn't you just say so? Now I feel silly. What do we have here? These personal safety alarms are very colorful. Looks like they get used a lot of well. I like the president. He seems like a thoughtful guy. Buying these for his kids, maybe his wife too? Why would they all be here if that was the case? No, these are for his own personal use. Objection, Your Honor. It is simply not possible for one person to use this many personal alarms. Why, you ask? Because he is human, and therefore possesses only 2 hands. 20 hands wouldn't be enough to count the number of objections I have with that objection. And we have this thing here. Curious figure of a curious animal with a curious expression is staring straight at me. Look, there's a big lever right at his butt. Don't even think about it. Okay, I wasn't thinking of having anything, I swear. I imagine that lever opens the panels beneath my feet. I see. So he's standing on a trapdoor. I strongly advise you not to pull it. Do so and you will regret it. You know, I'm okay with taking some advice, especially when it's from a professional killer. Seems I may have found everything on this side here. It's a solid circular life preserver designed to be used in case of an emergency on the water. Or rather, we'll see, to be more precise. Oh, the sea! I love the sea. We should go sometimes. Sorry, but you'll have to make that particular trip without me. Oh, don't be like that. Come on, it will be fun. We can have lobster rolls, ice cream, all the good stuff. Something tells me the sea isn't the main attraction for you, is it? What do we have here? A riot shield. Next to it, a canary in a cage. Oh, she's so sweet, I want one. Did you ever see a cuter partner in crime? Partner in crime? Yeah, well yeah, she could help me with lockpicking, stuff like that. A great thief has no greater ally than nature, Mr. Edgeworth. Sadly, such burns are most commonly used for detecting poisonous gases. Wait, this one isn't actually for that, is it? And we have an additional set of masks. 2 gas masks. In case of a poison gas attack, I suppose. The President certainly seems to think he's at risk of assassination at all times. Ooh, gas masks. I've never seen one before. I've heard plenty about them, of course. Yeah, from a fellow thief, I presume. No, from Jamming Ninja. You know, my favorite kids TV show. Princess Murasaki was getting married, but toxic ninja Wolfsbane showed up to lay down some risky burns. And time to tune out. May save myself to brain cells. So. I suppose we have a logic doors here at our end. Well, the assassination attempt indicates that certainly at least one bullet was blocked. Let's see if this works. No, it doesn't. It doesn't add up. Let's see. Well, a possibility. We found this revolver in a trash can. 2 shots have been fired from it, which would fit the entire thing. The 2 shots could very well indicate that those here are together. So I guess it will most likely not. Yes, it did. 2 bullets were fired in total. We know this because 2 shots were heard. One traveled through the flak into the balloon, the other took Mr. Rook's life. There's a bullet in the president's vest too. How's that possible? How indeed. The numbers don't add up. However, there's one possible explanation. This? After passing through his body, the bullet that took Mr. Rook's life found itself lodged in the vest. In other words, two of our bullets were in fact one. No way! Yeah, he's right. If the president had been wearing that vest, things could have been a lot worse. And he wasn't injured at all by the impact. When obstructed by a vest, a bullet can still inflict serious damage. Sure, I've known guys who got broken bones that way. The president's okay, he's made of stronger stuff. Yeah, also, if that bullet has already run through someone, that's quite a bit of speed that has been left in someone else's body. It sounds like you didn't even need a vest. Let's not get carried away here. I want that bullet's ballistic markings analyzed. Remind me what those are again? Guns have unique patterns of grooves on every bullet they fire. By examining those grooves, we can use them to identify which gun it came from. Think of them as fingerprints of a soldier. You can tell them, you can tell all that from a bullet. Then what are we waiting for? Analyze away! Might be easier said than done. That bullet hit solid armor. The impact will have completely flattened it. You'll be lucky if there's anything left for forensics to find. Which also means that the president most likely didn't use regular ballistic platings, or maybe even a double-layered one of ceramics and steel. What? But I was all set up for analyzing. Well, that's at least some additional data. Maybe we can ask additional things here. Or we need additional logic. Let's see, what do we have? New things would be bulletproof cases and of course the bulletproof vest with a bullet still attached to it. Then of course the crime scene itself. Premeditated attempt and the 6-shot revolver could potentially be connected to each other. After all, we those two connecting with each other would at least make sense, considering neither just randomly getting a weapon and side like that may very well be relevant here. But well, let's talk. I have high hopes for your investigation. I do hope you won't betray my trust in you. Well, let's talk with him. A mutual understanding. Things are progressing well, I hope. There's no need to worry. Things are progressing just fine. Remember, absolutely despite betrayals of any kind. Yes, I know. Indeed you do. So please, do take care not to double-cross me, accidentally or otherwise. I really have no choice but to do as he says now. Well, his own attempt is rather interesting, since, for the moment at least, it is thwarted, and I suppose he wouldn't exactly have reason to hold back information on his overall failed attempt. Can't believe I let an assassin onto the president's plane. You know very well it was for the good of the investigation, Mr. Knight. Give me that. I know what you really want. You do indeed, because you heard me say it already. I wish to know the truth behind Mr. Rook's death. But you did also say that you were asked to assassinate the president by a certain someone. You seem to have forgotten that there are more pressing matters at hand. I don't often carry out unpaid work, but it's not entirely unheard of. Fine. I'll get back to investigating. Good. I'm expecting great things from you, Miss Edgeworth. Well, being a professional assassin and all of that, maybe he can tell me a little bit about a revolver like that. Such a frightfully blunt instrument, no knowledge or skill required. Use of such a tool speaks to a fundamental lack of reverence for the craft, wouldn't you say? You're telling me there's a level of reverence involved when choosing a murder weapon? Indeed I am, Mr. Edgeworth. You wouldn't agree? A weapon is a weapon. Well, I totally agree. And so does he. Now, say sorry, Miss Edgeworth. Yeah. What is there even to apologize for? Curious that Kate seems to have a bit of an understanding for Mr. the Killer. Well, can he say me something? You really think that's the key to cracking a case? May not seem it, Mr. Knight, but Mr. Edgeworth has his methods. His reasons for presenting such items are myriad, I'm sure. Yes, precisely. I won't get away with that too many times. Where did he get that? Where's today's security plan for the president's speech, correct? Yeah, that's right. There's me and there's Rook. Should have been me standing there, not him. I can't help but feel that he has some unresolved issues when it comes to Mr. Rook. Though that didn't answer any of my questions. Can he tell me anything about that balloon? Anything about... No, apparently not. I can talk with Kay. I can visit this. Mr. the Killer I cannot talk with. But apparently there's still something here. Oh, I never inspected this this one? Curious. What on earth is that? That's the press's favorite plushie. It's a memento of something. Anyway, don't touch it. But if that's the case, then why has it been left up there like nobody cares about it? Yeah, that's pretty weird. Certainly wouldn't be the first place I would think to display a beloved item. Wait, are those shards of glass underneath it? I thought something seemed strange about this cubbyhole, but now I'm sure of it. There's almost certainly another monitor here. Micro monitor's data. An entire monitor is missing, most likely punched through. And now there are just shards left. With a curious plushie indeed. Mr. Knight may be able to tell me something about that missing monitor. Well, let's present it. Apparently he does not. Let's go for Miss Sadness here. Prosecutors' manner is impenetrable and he cross-examines his subject without mercy. I was rendered speechless before him, but I haven't even said anything yet. Guess I'm about to make a front page after all. Just not for the reasons I wanted. We've only scratched the surface of this case, Miss Lloyd. It may not have to end that way. Assassins, they never saw her coming. A demon in reporter's clothing. A shimmering she-devil. Could this stunning young journalist really be a killer? You know the drill. I'll be the talk of the tabloids. The subject of scuttlebutt from here to who knows where. Surely those titles are a tad too much, even for the trashiest papers. If I need something else. Let's see if I can logic something up. Well, those two, I said, would most likely be relevant to each other. And they are not. That's not quite right. However, this relates back to the plan we've seen, so there has to be a lot longer planning regarding this, since the newer plan, the one where Knight and Rook had swapped places, was apparently in possession of an assassin. Really? Those do not belong together. Really stupid idea, but they mentioned that the guns they issued are always of the same type, so there may very well be a reasonable reason to assume that those two guns, Rooks and the 6-shot revolver used in the assassination, are of the same type. two guns are exactly the same, meaning it's likely that the one we found is also from Jiangfei. Not only that, it's if it is exactly the same type, it's either in order to blend in or in order to attain another thing by simply gathering it from the surplus of specifically this security detail. The bodyguards all got their guns from Jiangfei authorities, right? Yes. Are they like super rare or anything? No, I don't believe so. This model isn't exactly easy to come by in this country, but certainly not impossible either. Though... And here I thought they may be valuable treasures. Yes, it's something of a shame. Whoa! I just mentioned treasures and you actually responded for once. Only mean to point out that if the guns were rarer, it would be much easier to trace them. Which would have made them treasures in the evidence variety, I suppose. Heh, see! Everything's a treasure hunt, one way or another, including this investigation. You could say that. Right then, it's treasure hunting time. On with the investigation. She certainly seems a lot more enthusiastic all of a sudden. That's quite enough investigating for now. What's taking so long, Detective Gumshoe? Well, Miss Edgeworth, have you solved the case? No, not yet. Is that so? Perhaps interviewing another key witness may help you to do so. Another witness? Who? Oh, right, the President. You don't mean... The most important witness of all, the man on the other side of that door. He really intends to have me question the President. Now, if you would be so kind as to summon him, Miss Ashworth. Stop right there, the killer. You're nuts if you think I'd let him anywhere near you. Well, Mr. President, I'm sure you are watching us through your security feed, aren't you? In which case I politely request that you show yourself. That is, if you value your bodyguard's life. Well then, if nothing else, we now know what kind of man you really are. Mr. President! Stop, you can't do this. Let's all just calm down, alright? Come on, Detective, where the blazes are you? Oh, lights, what happened? Listen well, Miss Edgeworth. I would advise you to stay very still. It seems I will not be granted my audience with the President after all. Even with Mr. Knight's life as my bargaining chip. No, stop. Yeah. Okay. You won't get away with this, Mr. Killer. I've seen enough. And now I know the truth. Where are you? Where did you go? Yeah. I leave the rest in your capable hands, Mr. Edgeworth. Worth. Edgeworth. Detective Gumshoe. Sir! Mr. Edgeworth! Sir! March 25th, 4:45 p.m. Jiangfei presidential plane. Must have been knocked unconscious. Sir, you okay? Are you alright, Mr. Edgeworth? Never mind me. He didn't hurt you, did he, Kay? No, I'm fine. Only just woke up myself. My head will be sore for a while, but that's about it. So you can stop worrying. Detective, did you manage to stop the killer? Well, see,
Miss Lloyd came running out of the plane and she told us he'd flown the coop. We were too late. Sorry, sir. Bodyguard over there told us something too. There's an inflatable boat missing from the window. The killer must have stolen it and rowed himself across the lake. What about the cordon around the park? I've got everybody. They begged to stake the plane, including the guy stationed across the water. No. So he's completely slipped through our fingers. Not the best look for the department, but yeah. Hey, Edgeworth. Mr. Knight? You're alive? Yeah, no thanks to that murderer. Oh, that reminds me. Found Fist lying on the ground next to you, Mr. Edgeworth. Calling card. Marked with a seashell. Guess he wanted to leave a message. Calling card left behind by Shelley the Killer. Interesting. The killer usually leaves these next to the bodies of his victims. Oh, but you're not dead, sir? But it could have been. Maybe that's a message. Can't stop thinking about his parting words. I have seen enough, and now I know the truth. I leave the rest in your capable hands, Mr. Edgeworth. And now I know the truth. The truth about what? Roger that. All cleared here, sir. Over. What's going on? That was the present. He's coming out. Now? So he's the president of Jungfair, Mr. Dijonvan. And you are. It's an honor to meet you, Mr. President. My name is Miles Edgeworth. The honor is all mine, Mr. Edgeworth. I am Dijonvan. Your efforts on behalf of Jungfair have not gone unnoticed. You averted something of a crisis. He must be referring to the Yatagarasu case. Thank you, sir. But all I did was solve a few local cases of murder. You are too humble. I have been observing your investigation. You are an impressive operator, Mr. Edgeworth, even if the killer did get away. That's very kind of you to say. So he was watching through the security feed. Sadly, I must inform you that this is as far as your investigation goes. What do you mean? Hear me, foolish prosecutor, for I shall say this only once. Knight has apprised me of the state of affairs. And from this point forward, the case will be handled by Jungfair Police Force, the finest in the world. Even with the killer out of the picture, they are still looking to get me thrown off the case. What do you think you're doing, pal? Nobody talks to Mr. Edgeworth like that. If it hadn't been for him, the killer would have... Detective? Forgive him, Mr. President, but I must confess to being somewhat confused. I fail to see how or why this case falls within Jungfair jurisdiction. You fail to see. Enough, puny prosecutor. You seek explanation from a head of state. I say no. 1,000 times no. I will not explain myself to you. No, hand over the evidence you have gathered and remove yourself from this plane. I'd do as he says if I were you, Mr. Edgeworth. Yuck. This can't really be the end of the line, can it? Case evidence handed to Mr. Knight. Why let us count this foul to pull the case out from under us? Now, you may leave. Knight, detain the suspect. Yes, sir, right away. To make an attempt on my life, to murder one of my faithful servants, the effrontery, the villainy.
I didn't murder nobody. Cause I... Shut your mouth, Miss Journalist. I...
Answer me this. In a world already lousy with lies, with deception, with sin and iniquity, can we stand by and suffer yet another crime to go unpunished? I say no. 1,000 times no. There can be no forgiveness. There can be no surrender. Why, you ask me? Then I will tell you.
He's hiding something. I'm certain of it. If it is now, we'll never know the truth.
Mr. Adroff, sir.
Miss Adroff, there's gotta be something we can do. Think, Miles. Remember how many times you have faced situations like this in the courtroom. Confronted the lies of witnesses and encountered the arguments of other lawyers. Has the critical evidence always been laid at your feet? No. And yet you always got to the truth of the situation in the end. With your greatest weapon of all, your words. Let's analyze the state of play.
Begone, puny prosecutor, or do you dare defy the direct order of the president?
He's not going to listen. He clearly means to drown out any objections by means of pure rhetorical force. When an opponent is on the offensive, best thing I can do is bide my time and wait for an opening. So, the defensive one, directly asking things and waiting for them to make the wrong move. With aggressive ones, waiting for them to proactively be wrong. As he said himself, he is a head of state, a seasoned politician. He won't open himself up to an attack easily. And let him bully me into submission, I have to stay calm and alert. I can read his movements and expressions correctly. I may be able to find a moment. My first aim should be to find out why he's insisting on Zhang Fei taking over the case. Abort his head. Time to make my opening gambit. Please explain to me why I'm off the case. Could you at least explain to me why I'm off the case?
Imbecile! Cease your insolent jabbering! I need not explain myself to you. My reasons are my own, and they are none of your concern.
If I want to take this any further, I need a clue of some kind. So I will need to ask on another panel.
Please, about the case. Did I give you permission to speak? No, 1,000 times no. I am the leader of Zhang Fei. I have no time for your insolent backshots.
I'm simply hoping to confirm one basic fact. You say that the investigations will now be assigned to your national police force.
I do. Now, enough of your pointless questions. Good boy. The interior of this plane is the sovereign territory of Zhang Fei. You have no rights here.
Is that so? Could it be that our complication itself is significant somehow? I should keep that in mind. Could be useful. Could you at least explain to me why I'm off the case?
Imbecile, cease your insolent jabbering. I need not explain myself to you. My reasons are my own, and they are none of your concern.
Perhaps it's it's time to employ my clue. In the course of our conversation, I've deduced certain facts from your behavior, Mr. President. For example, you seem particularly aggressive when discussing our current location. You smarmy, smart Alec. As you said yourself, the presidential plane is the sovereign territory of Jiangfe. And from that, we can infer that you believe the rules of extraterritoriality apply inside here. Is that correct? Enough! Cease your objectionable whining. You can rant and roar all you like, but you won't escape my scrutiny. It was unmistakable from the moment I mentioned extraterritoriality. You became visibly agitated. You think you are clever, don't you? Let me answer your little question. It is true, extraterritoriality applies. Your laws mean nothing here. And why does that matter, you ask? It matters because it means you are powerless. You have neither influence nor authority here. Interesting. So the extraterritoriality issue does have something to do with all of this. Let's dig a little deeper into the claim that the plane is sovereign territory, shall we? Next move will surely decide the victor. He may be president, but nobody's untouchable. I just have to find the right angle for attack. You believe that extraterritoriality applies here, but can you prove it? Do you even understand what you're asking? Of course. If I didn't, I wouldn't ask. Have you no shame calling into question the good word of one such as myself? Let's wait this one for a moment. I've no more time for this. You clearly cannot be safe from your foolishness. You need not worry about me. I'm not the one who needs saving. That would be Miss Lloyd, woman who is being wrongfully accused of a crime. Your chivalry is admirable, but it changes nothing. A right to extraterritoriality cannot be denied. This is Jiangfe. If I want to take this any further, I need a clue of some kind. Let me try another thing right now. Surely you see that you've overplayed your hand. Nobody asks for your opinion. You need only obey me, nothing else. You dare to tell me how to govern, how to lead. You dare contradict me. On the matter of Miss Lloyd's guilt, yes I do. No, she's guilty. She is the culprit. There is nothing left to debate. Who else could have fired from outside the plane? There's no other viable suspect. Fascinating. So he's claiming that Miss Lloyd fired at him from outside the plane. This could be a vital clue. It's also why extraterritoriality may apply, because if it was fired from inside the plane, potentially, then suddenly this makes a lot more sense. You believe that extraterritoriality applies here, but can you prove it? Do you even understand what you are asking? Of course I did. If I didn't, I wouldn't ask. Have you no shame calling it here? That's a point. Let him talk. I've no more time for this. You clearly cannot stay safe from your foolishness. You needn't worry about me. I'm not the one you need saving. That would be Miss Lloyd, a woman who is being wrongfully accused of a crime. Chivalry is admirable, but it changes nothing. The right to extraterritoriality cannot be denied. This is unfair. Time to apply a clue. So, why is it important that she fired from outside the plane? I may not be able to call I may not be able to call the extraterritoriality of the presidential plane to doubt. However, according to you, she shot at you from outside the aircraft, correct? In which case, extraterritoriality could not possibly apply in this case. Your assertion is entirely without merit, and the detainment of Miss Lloyd cannot be justified. How could I have? Bested by a mere prosecutor, but I am the president. The president! Checkmate. I trust you won't mind if we continue our investigation now, Mr. President. I hereby officially and unreservedly confirm my approval. Consider the gesture of the magnanimity and generosity for which my good office is known. Yes, always. And he's rambling. Unmistakably and authoritatively for the reasons we hereby. There can be no other outcome for the goal of the lofty and our hearts. People of Junfair, I swear to you hereby now, this investigation will continue. All that when he could just have said, okay, you got me. Mr. Knight, if you would care to return the evidence, take it. We did it, Mr. Edgeworth. We sure did. And now the investigation can continue. Whatever. Enjoy your pocket full of pawns. I'll be over here enjoying how you put them into play. You'll definitely enjoy my next move. Mr. President, one more favor if you would be so kind. What is it? Could you please give us a testimony concerning the incident itself? Now you want me to testify? Well, that's your next move. If you want the president to testify, you'll have to take him to court. All in good time, Mr. Knight, he will get his day in court soon enough. But if a person of interest refuses to cooperate at the investigative stage of the process, they are obliged to provide detailed justification as to their reasons for doing so. That's... What's the matter? Is this something you'd rather we didn't know? Stand down, Knight. I'll do as the prosecutor asks. Thank you for your cooperation. Now listen, and listen well. I am already a bit overdrawn on my end here when it comes to time, but I guess I can do this, though. That's an interesting question how long this will take, considering that the game does have some, let's call it interactions, which may take very, very long. So, President Wong's testimony. Where was I when the incident occurred? The stage, of course. Suddenly, Rook and Knight jumped in front of me. Then, bang! Shot rang out, and a plain, unblemished balloon of red exploded nearby. Not hesitating for an instant, my bodyguards tried to escort me back to the safety of the plane. And then, the second shot. The bullet went right through Rook and lodged itself in the bulletproof vest I was wearing. Whew. I guess if you look at it in one way, the president is also a victim here. Yes, the victim of an attempted assassination. Rook was simply in the wrong place at the wrong time. But that makes it even weirder. Why would the target of a crime try to obstruct the investigation? My guess is there's something behind all of that. He doesn't want to be made public.
A cover-up, huh? I knew there was more to this case than meets the eye.
And the president isn't the only one who knows the truth. Isn't that right, Mr. Knight? Time to get to the bottom of this once and for all. So, rebuttal.
Hold it!
Give us more data on where you were with the stage. And how would you describe the incident exactly? Are you naive, little man? Do you really think your silly, simple question will shake me? I was involved in a craven attempt to silence me with cold steel. And while I was speaking to my adoring public, no less, suddenly Rook and Knight got in front of me. When they stepped to protect you, were you aware of the fact that you were being targeted? Was I aware of that? No, I was aware of my audience, nothing else. When I step up to the podium, I enter another world entirely. A place of rapture, a place beyond the words. Yeah, I think that's called stage fright. I bet you were like Cheddar in the head, like a deer in the headlight. Like Cheddar in... What the hell's wrong with my mind here? Like Cheddar in the headlight. No. 1,000 times no. I remember every second, every moment is indelibly etched into my memory. When Rook and Knight stepped in, I was shocked, overwhelmed, taken aback. Then bang, shot rang out, and a plain, unblemished balloon of red exploded nearby. About that red balloon, are you trying to test me with the prosecutor? No, Mr. President, I simply wish to confirm what you remember. Very well. There were two very large, very round balloons, one on either side of the stage. Their deep crimson hues stood stark against the sky, just as the security plan said they would. Same security plan we found in the trash can, I assume. Rook and Knight leapt to my aid just before the balloon exploded. Not hesitating an instant, my bodyguards tried to escort me back to the safety of the plane.
Hold it!
You said they tried to escort you back onto the plane? Yes, that's exactly what I said. They threw open their attaché cases. That must be the moment he captured the camera. And immediately moved to help me back onto the aircraft. And then the second shot.
Hold it!
Do you know where that bullet went? Is this how you treat a foreign dignitary? Or do you really think such needling question necessary? Well, what's he so upset about? Must you insist on going over the same details again and again? Even my patience has its limits. You know full well where it went. The bullet went right through Rook and lodged itself in the bulletproof vest I was wearing.
Hold it!
I may ask, what was the victim like in that moment? He was a man amongst men, a real hero. A mere impact of a bullet took my breath away, and yet he had the strength to grab me and rush me back inside the presidential plane. So you and the victim entered the plane together, is that correct? Yes. He offered his noble protection, and I gladly accepted it. All was as it should be.
That sounds nice and all, but doesn't that mean he's always the first to make his escape?
He's the present detective. It's basically in his job description to do so. Nothing he saying seems off base.
As a victim, he wouldn't to make much sense for him to lie to us, you know? As we gotta assume he's telling the...
No? One of the things he said is clearly wrong. Back to the scene of the crime. Huh? Did we miss something? Alright. Let me see that evidence again. Might as well take another look myself. Well, the plan definitely said that there was a balloon to the right of us. Also, is there anything special on? Nope, not on it. However, we do have evidence that the thing in question that was hit was in fact not just a balloon of red. It, well, it was a steel samurai. So, why does he not remember about the big steel samurai who got popped?
Objection!
You say it was a plain red balloon that burst, but I strongly beg to differ. What? Take a look at this. I think you'd agree that it's hardly plain, wouldn't you? What? What? Who is that? Mr. Presence, meet the Steel Samurai. I would have hoped you may recognize him, especially if you were hoping to ingratiate yourself with the people of this country. Yeah, you need to watch Jamming Ninja too. He's amazing. So you see, the balloon that was struck while the bullet was anything but plain. Was in fact one of the Steel Samurai. But the briefing mentioned two plain red balloons. And there they are. Right on the security plan. They do look pretty plain, don't they? Just simple round balloons. Knight, what is the meaning of this? Explain yourself. Yes, Mr. President. It seems the Steel Samurai balloon was borrowed at the last minute, sir. Borrowed? That's what we were told. Guess I only reported incident to us bodyguards there. Seems there was a little trouble here on site last night. One of the original balloons burst somehow. So they swapped it in an emergency replacement. Yeah, one of the stall holders happened to have one. From what I hear, he was more than willing to lend it to us. A very happy-go-lucky kind of guy, they say. That may be Larry once again. An happy-go-lucky stall holder with a Steel Samurai balloon to spare, huh? They filled just the bottom they filled just the bottom part up with air to make it look like the upper ornamental balloon. So while it was a steel samurai balloon, it was made to look like a plain red one above water. Is that a long shot of it? Knight, why was I not informed of this? Sorry, sir, we didn't think it was a pressing issue. And indeed, you saw it. And you knew different, correct? Yes, I suppose so. You really have mistaken the steel samurai pants for a plain red balloon. Still, Mr. President, I struggle to see how you wouldn't have noticed something different about the balloon. Of course! Was that I was supposed to? Now I remember. I could barely see the balloon. You couldn't see it. That's right, the wind was blowing too hard. The flags on the sides of the stage were flapping incessantly and blocking my view. Is that so? That would mean that the wind has massively turned. Yes, those two flags. They were being blown back towards me. There would have been stronger wind blowing right around the time of the incident. Strong enough to blow the flags just a fashion. What did I just say? Strong enough to blow the flags in just such a fashion. In such a fashion, okay. But does this conflict with our understanding of the case? Currently it does, but it only does in relation to the wind direction. Thank you, Mr. President. Your testimony has revealed yet another contradiction. It has? Yes, a contradiction that could turn this entire case on its head. When I arrived on the scene, the wind had died down, and the flags were resting calmly for the most part. But if the wind had previously been blowing the flags as the President described, a certain piece of evidence suddenly takes on a different meaning. Well, the triangulation of the shooter, of course.
Take that!
Earlier, we deduced that a bullet that struck the steel samurai balloon and the bullet that passed through the flag were one and the same. From these two things, we further deduced the trajectory of the bullet must have taken. And we concluded that our shooter must have fired from the left side of the spectator area. But if the flags were blowing, as the President describes, our conclusion becomes quite different. No way, if the flags were pointed in the other direction. Exactly. Our trajectory changes completely. And if we trace the trajectory back to its source, we can ascertain who really fired that shot. Wait, is that McQueen? So now, we may not yet understand the reason why, but it can only have been one person who did it. Trajectory and player allocated as the one who has shot. The only person who could have given off his first shot. Well, not Mr. the Killer here, but either someone within either it was someone who was in a completely different position, or it would have been Bastion.
Take that!
Following the path of the bullet back to its metaphor engine leads to a dream, so well, my question was not a gun, but a boomerang. Only a boomerang could have traced a path like that. Prosecutor. It would have known where to find it first. I didn't need to overcomplicate things, I simply need to trace the bullet's path. Together. The end of the... Can I get it again? The President himself could have shot it, or Mr. Knight could have. Otherwise, it would have been Mr. Killer from far off the known area, which wouldn't exactly make any sense considering he isn't exactly one to use a gun.
Take that!
The person who fired that shot was none other than you, Mr. Knight. What? The path from the balloon back through the flag leads directly to the spot where you were standing. Bullet trajectory data has been updated.
But the guy... but I guess one of the president's bodyguards. Why the heck would he go shoot around balloons?
Because potentially he got in order to create a spectacle where the president could be extracted.
This is absurd. What exactly are you trying to imply? That Mr. Knight, a man who has saved my life countless times, is my would-be assassin.
Seriously, Edgeworth, we've put up with a lot from you, but this? The President Wang's bodyguards. We're the pieces put on the board to protect the king.
I'll handle this, Knight. Sorry, sir. Mr. Edgeworth, the wind was indeed blowing quite fiercely around the time of my speech.
But the wind can pick up and die any way with an instant, can it not? Therefore, I need proof that it was blowing hard enough to lift the flags during that crucial moment. The shot was fired right around the time the president raised his fist. The evidence which shows just that. Perhaps I can show. So what's happening with the flag back then? Well, Kate did collect a bit of it. Though we do not see the flags in here. However, we do see the flag blowing exactly at that point.
Take that!
Yeah, proof is in this picture right here. This should be good. Which picture? Where? You can see which way the flag was blowing. Right here.
Take that!
Right side of it. Well, do you deny that it clearly shows the flag? There we have it. Proof that it was blowing towards you in the moment of the shooting.
So that means our pal over there did shoot the balloon?
Making him the assassin. Mr. Knight is not the assassin. Mr. Knight is not the assassin. He may have shot a balloon, but the president was on the other side of him entirely. Therefore, he can't be have been aiming at his boss. Yeah. Besides, why would I even shoot a balloon? What would be the point? And watch just how you answer, or I may aim for something else entirely. There was a point, I'm sure of it. If I can figure out what the point was, perhaps I can finally put the whole conundrum to rest. I definitely shot the balloon. In fact, alone changes everything about the case. They most likely knew about the assassination plan. And Knight shot the balloon in order to allow for extraction. That does not allow. Nice position and him shooting in this case for whatever reason. Why did Knight's sign position change? I told you I can turn my neck to the right. Could only cover the present's left side, so I wound up moving to the right side of the stage. This had to be the only reason. I suppose that the plan had changed. That Knight had remained posited on the left. Given that he was unable to turn his head to the right, would he have been able to shoot the balloon closest to him? No, he wouldn't. Could it be that the security plan was changed for the express purpose of popping one of the balloons? And if we suppose that to be the case, two plans are different. Was the security detail reorganized at some point? Yeah, we made some last-minute changes yesterday. President's orders. That's right, the President was the one who ordered the change. Well, change of plans on account of the premeditated attack, and especially with the killer having just attempted an assassination attempt. I'm sure the President wasn't exactly happy to have public appearances around the same time. If I'm reading things right, the President knew in advance about the balloon shooting, which means he must have had foreknowledge he would have been someone's crosshairs today as well. And if that's true, then everything else that's been bothering me falls neatly into place. How did a shooter get a gun past such heavy security? Why would they then carry out the shooting wearing such a conspicuous item of clothing? Why use a laser sight that would give away their location in an instant? And how did the President suffer no injury at all, despite a direct hit to his west? Some questions that Knight and the Presidents don't want us to consider. There's only one possible reason for Knight to have fired his gun: to create the illusion of an assassination attempt. What? Huh? Idiot. Do you understand what you're saying? I understand all too well. I understand everything now. Most of all, I understand why you were so keen to take this investigation off my hands, Mr. President. You wanted your real plans to remain hidden. How dare you speak to me that way? Is this some sort of sick joke? No, it's no joke, I assure you. It's simply the truth, as revealed by the careful application of logic and reasoning, nothing more. The first shot was fired by Mr. Knight with the specific intention of hitting that balloon. The sound of gunfire and the bursting of a balloon were guaranteed to cause a panic. And then he fired again. He did? Yes, he fired 2 bullets, both of which were aimed at the balloon. As for why he did so, it's because the second shot was designed to create the impression that the President had been hit. So then, what's the deal with the one in the vest? I'm going to bet that bullet was planted there long before the shooting ever occurred. So, Miss Eric, the President didn't take a bullet after all. That's not true. I was shot, I tell you. We'll be able to verify that for ourselves once we take a closer look at the bullet. At the very least, we can expect to find traces of Mr. Rook's blood on it. Look. But you said it yourself. You found the shooter in the photograph, the person with the...
Objection!
I thought I made myself clear. The trajectory points to only one possible shooter, Mr. Knight. And where does Tabby fit into all of this? She is simply one part of the plan. In order to place a suspicion elsewhere, they set about creating a fake assassin. A highly suspicious person with a red hood. I've yet to ascertain exactly how complicit Miss Lloyd was in the whole scheme, but I can say with some confidence that none of the shots were fired by her. I suspect her only job was to point a laser sight at the President. That's right, then I was... tasked with turning your jacket inside out the moment the crowd flew into a panic. Yes. Thus making the mysterious red-hooded shoe-editor disappear in the blink of an eye. Then, when a gun and a security plan were later found in the trash can, it would all appear to have been the work of an assassin so skilled he could vanish to thin air.
But in a case would have gone cold.
Exactly what our friends here were hoping for. Makes sense now why they wanted you out of the case. Indeed. Of course, the entire affair was a cheap ruse perpetrated by the president himself. Yep, the president is the heartless lion.
No, I.
The president's mask has well and truly slipped. Admit it, the entire assassination was a lie, wasn't it? If that stupid chief prosecutor hadn't insisted on assigning you, how could I let this happen?
Objection!
That's enough, Edgeworth. Mr. Knight. Sorry, but I'm speaking with the president right now. Yeah, well, I'm doing my job as a knight and protecting my king. So go ahead, keep running your mouth. Perhaps it would be better if we stuck to threatening each other with words. Would he? I don't need this thing to shut you up. Alright, my move. Question. You claim I have fired my gun from... I fired my gun from on stage. How do you figure I did that in front of a crowd of thousands? Next on point. And from what counter-argument, I suppose, you discerned something that allowed you to conceal your actions. Discern something? Huh. Mighty specific. Well, relatively simple. You had a bulletproof briefcase specifically designed to block bullets and thereby also sight.
Take that!
My attaché case. Yes, take a look at case photograph. Your right hand is completely obscured by the case. At the very moment this picture was taken, you were firing your gun. And in such a way that you wouldn't be detected.
Objection!
You don't like to let the facts get in the way of a good theory, do you, Edgeworth? Shame you don't seem to have noticed. Noticed what? The theories are all you have. Conjectures, nothing more. The flag was billowing in the wind at precisely the right moment. I hit my gun with my attaché case. We changed the security plan because I couldn't turn my head. It's all just speculation, circumstantial evidence at best. You can't prove any of it. If you at least had a bullet that burst a balloon, you may have a scrape of credibility. Imagine you could have run forensics to see if it matched my gun. No, that bullet is on the bottom of the lake. You gotta dredge it up. Wait to say, but he's right. You don't have anything concrete. I thought that. Maybe now you can shut your mouth. Miss Lloyd. Of course, she could shed some light on this whole situation. I just need to get to talk to her. What's the matter? Something you want to say, Miss Journalist? Never mind. That's what I thought. Miss Lloyd. I need you to be brave. If you don't speak up, the truth will be lost forever. You're a journalist after all, are you not? Dang it. I can't stay quiet for any longer. Hey, you understand what you're doing, right? Think carefully before opening that mouth of yours. I'm so focused on backing me a scoop, I forgot the most important thing after all. Real journalists don't lie. Ain't no dang scoop if it ain't the truth. I'm sorry, Mr. Ashworth. I should have shown you this earlier. What is this? Laser pointer I used on the president. But that's all I've done. I've never shot nobody. Stupid. I thought I told you. Your squirrel and you go down as an accomplice. It was him, he told me to do it. For Junkfair's embassy, sniffing out the story like I told you. What was that song? This was 3 days back. He comes up to me out of the blue, just starts talking. Help me out and I'll get you an exclusive access to the president. That kind of stuff. What about the gun in the trash can? That I didn't know about, I swear it. All he told me was to wear a jacket with a red hood and point that there pointer at the president. For a minute I blow up in my face so bad. I'm sorry, truly I am. Thank you, Miss Lloyd. I'd like you to testify to that effect when it goes to trial. But it ought to go a long way towards proving that the assassination was a sham. Yeah, what's wrong with you people? Don't any of you know what's good for you? Well, simple fees, Mr. Knight. Had you successfully removed me from this case, as you intended, because then you could have kept your pawn quieter. Also, be careful what you do with this thing. I don't need an accidental self-elimination on my hands as well. So, let me get this straight. You told Tabby, if you let slip about our fake assassination plot, we'll have you convicted for murder, or something like that. All the dirty? I said no such thing. Hold it. Hold it? Hold it. Print Wang. Give it up. Knight. It's time we came clean. It's our only choice. So, Mr. President, you admit it. You admit that there was a plot to fake an assassination attempt. I do. I'm sorry. But why? Why do something like that? My popularity has been on the wane back home. I thought surviving an attempt on my life may give me a boost I needed. I know what we did was wrong, so yes, it was all lies. All of it. It was a lie that saved your life, buddy. After all, Shelley the killer was also there with his intentions very much clear. And a bullet in the vest. That was planted ahead of time. I wasn't hit by anything today. So, there was still a shot fired, however, that killed the other bodyguard. But then, what was up with the killer? Our plan got out somehow. And then he just appeared, hellbent on turning our fake assassination into a real one. And the red raincoat, I suppose. He'd hoped to get in close enough as a fake assassin to finish the job. There's one thing I don't understand. Oh, and what would that be? Why did Rook have to die? The whole thing was fake. How did he wind up getting killed for real? That's true, and therein lies the real question. He was a fine bodyguard, the best in fact. He may not have been a native of Junkfair, but he was someone I could truly trust. Mr. Rook must really have been something to gain the trust of someone who'd hide from his own shadow.
Sounds like he was as trustworthy to the president as I am to you, sir.
I believe that's for me to say, Detective, not for you. Mr. Rook must have known about the plan too, then, correct?
He wasn't aware of any specific details, so not really. I tried to involve him, but he refused.
And you would have done well to listen to him.
This is a tragedy. The life of a good man has been wasted.
What is so great about him anyway? What's gotten into him? He was just another piece on the board. I was there to protect you, nothing more.
Mr. Knight, how could you?
Who was it that actually went along with your plan, huh, Mr. President? While that pious coward backed down when you needed him to step up the most.
I value your support too, of course, but
look, I'm your chief bodyguard now. That's all that matters. And now that spineless fool Rook is gone, things are gonna change around here. Thanks to me, genius strategist, grandmaster, rightful leader of his team. We are all well aware of your ambitions, Knight. But doesn't this seem a little imprudent of yours? Why? My plan this time was perfect, as they always are, and as they always will be. That's quite a statement, especially considering that your perfect plan was an abject failure. Yeah, no thanks to you, and that buffoon Rook. And how exactly was it Rook's fault? If he hadn't died, the killer would have never come back to harm me. And I wouldn't have had to let you on the plane.
Please, Mr. Knight, you mustn't talk like that.
Fine, the guy who died protecting you, Mr. President. I'm sure that's just what he always wanted. But did he die protecting the President? Wait, I thought the whole assassination thing was fake. Oh, come on. Do I have to say everything twice? We planned the fake assassination, but somebody else came along and tried to make it a real one. 2 shots fired, remember? Like you said, Edgeworth, one of them was the bullet that shot through that balloon. But the second, that wasn't me. Oh, really? Then who did fire it? A real assassin, but not the killer. His plan was to come after the president with a knife. No, the most likely suspect here is a piece cowering in the corner there. Our lily-white queen over there. What? Miss Lloyd? Again with this? But, again with this? I'm your danged assassin? But is that really true? I, for one, don't believe it. A gun in the trash can, it can only belong to you. Nice, Gambit. Oh, do I want to complete this yet? I could save and do it, well, at the next opportunity. Honestly, yes I do. Let's be stubborn. As soon as I shot that balloon, I rushed over to help Rook escort the president back to the plane. I left Rook here in this room while I secured the president in the safe room. When I came back out, Rook was lying there on the ground. Miss Journalist must have shot Rook while we were escorting the president off stage. That single killer shot was fired by the gun you found in the trash can. That gun shot twice. So you don't actually know when the victim was struck by the bullet, do you? Knight doesn't protect the rook, Edgeworth. He protects the king. You want to translate? He means that his only concern was protecting the president. Lose the king and you lose the game. Isn't that the first rule of chess? But a win in which a key piece is sacrificed is a hollow victory indeed. Doesn't matter, it's still a victory. I kept the president safe. I win. Well, it's a bit early to be calling our little match in any case. For this is where our battle really begins. Rebuttal. Knight's Gambit. So, you immediately start to try and save him. The victim really didn't take part in your little plan then, did he? Nope. And we kept him in the dark on the details. So he really thought the president was in danger. But wait, he must have had noticed that the shot came from right next to him. Maybe he did. Guess we'll never know. And even if he did know it was a sham, he still had a job to do. He still had to protect his king. And he was able to make a judgment like that in a split second. Impressive. He really was as capable as they say. Not so capable that he couldn't read him in a book. I made it so he had no choice but to go along with our little performance. I left a rook in a room while I secured the president.
Hold it!
That's important. Why do you and the president both knew the whole thing was real? But it had to seem real. There were people everywhere. It's not a good look, right? Imagine if someone had spotted a man who'd just been shot at, hanging out in his plane, sipping grape juice, like he didn't have a care in his world. And what was the victim doing during all this time? Who knows? I was in a safe room, like I said. Anyway, when I came out, Rook was lying on the ground.
Hold it!
Where on the ground exactly? Right where he is now, in the middle of the floor. The door to the outside was shut though. Guess the bullet must have hit him right before we closed it. He closed it. And thanks to this little blunder, my whole plan fell apart. Mr. Knight, you mustn't talk that away. He may have kept you safe, Mr. President, but he isn't here now to save your good name. I call that dereliction of duty. What would you call it? An honorable try, which is more than what you did, at least. Sorry, but that's just how it is. This journalist must have shot Rook while we were escorting the president.
Hold it!
Weren't you and Mr. Rook both carrying the bulletproof attaché cases? Yeah, opened them right after Rook spotted the laser sight. We moved into covering position and used them to shoot the president. So, the bullet that hit Rook traveled through a gap in that defensive shield. Do you really believe Miss Lloyd to be that skilled a marksman? No. She was aiming for the president, that makes her a lousy shot. So it was pure coincidence that Mr. Rook was hit. And the bullet simply happened to find its way past your attaché case through the gap in his vest. Seems crazy to me too, but the facts are facts. It was a shot in a million, but the shooter hit the bullseye, and the proof is in your hands. That single killer shot was fired by the gun you found in the trash can.
Hold it!
No, second shot had nothing to do with you. Right. That one was fired by your little friend. Imagine the scoop she'd have bagged if it had hit its mark. I'm a journalist, you hear. I don't make facts, I report them. Yeah, a journalist who signed up to a fake assassination plan in the hopes of getting a story. That's not... Look, I'll admit it. I set the whole thing up. And your role was to aim that laser point at the president. It's not my fault that it wasn't enough for you. You're the one who decided to bring a gun to the party. Who knows? Maybe you thought it. If you kept on shooting, you could shut me down too. So Mr. Knight's suggesting that he fired one shot and then Miss Lloyd fired one more. Yeah, basically implying that Tabby also had a gun on her. Beats me where she could have gotten it from, but hey, his entire testimony is pure conjecture. He can't prove any of it. You're right, let's hit him with the cold, hard, undeniable evidence. So, let's see. We do have those here. Not exactly a lot we can glean from those. We know that this gun we found has fired 2 bullets. Depending on how it was attempted, this would either be the other bullet the other bullet that was used, or maybe even not. We also know that the screenshot, well, one monitor is missing here. We don't have a direct connection here, sadly. So, let's see if I can finagle my way through this. Or we can, if you have suggestions. Wait, no. You may already know what is correct. I do not, so please note suggestions unless I explicitly ask. This is an absolute statement, so this wouldn't exactly align with either the gun itself or the recording if he had only shot once. So let's try this revolver with 2 spent casings that supposedly, according to him, had only been a single shot.
Objection!
So you contend that it was you who shot the balloon and Miss Lloyd who shot Mr. Rook. Are you sure about that? I'm sure. Well, what you've proposed would indeed match up with the total number of shots heard. The gun from the trash itself has also been fired twice. Why would the supposed number of shots heard from this gun differ from the number of rounds spent? Simple, because it was planted by the real perpetrator of the crime. Somebody who faked the evidence. Yes, and if you think about it, the reason for doing so is obvious. To ensure that whoever found the gun would conclude that the shooter had been in the spectator area. And in order to do that, they had to make it seem as if both shots had come from this one weapon. I get it, so that's why it's gotten to spend rounds, huh? Precisely. As we have already proven, the bullet that burst from the balloon came from a different weapon. Which makes it entirely possible that the bullet which killed Mr. Rook didn't come from his gun either. Nice work, Edgeworth. That was some high-grade sleuthing. But why don't you get to the point? You've come this far, spit it out. And tattoo, don't worry. The person who really shot Mr. Rook may very well have been you. Maybe on accident, but it could have been
Take
you.
that!
You, Mr. Knight. You're the one who murdered Mr. Rook. Oh, finally got up the courage to say it, huh? Surely not. Surely you wouldn't have. It wasn't only the killer who tried to take advantage of his fake murder plot. You killed Mr. Rook hoping he would look like an accidental victim of the bungled assassination. But with a present locked away in a safe room and a door to the airplane sealed shut, it was just you and Mr. Rook alone together. And that was when the third bullet was fired, right into your colleague's bullet.
Objection!
Colleague's body. Like you're really gonna claim that's the third one now? You just said only 2 gunshots were heard when. Wanna tell me how that works? Well, fake ass airplane cabin? Airplane cabins are practically soundproof. Mr. Knight, if you close the door, nothing can be heard from the outside, not even gunfire. But wasn't the president right next door? Very true. Which means he may have heard the shot himself. Well, Mr. President, I didn't hear anything. But you can observe this room through your security feed, can you not? The camera in this room is normally on. I have to manually switch it on when I enter the safe room. And that's what you did this time too, right? Well, that is what's gotten into him. Mr. President, this is vitally important. Please, President Wang. I was busy hiding under the bed, covering my ears. What? Even though you knew the whole thing wasn't real? Yes, because I had this son of guns. Just the slightest hint of that awful noise, and is just too much. Well, it appears everyone's speechless. Oh, that's sadder than the pot of overcooked crawfish. Mr. Knight, you saw that President Wang was cowering beneath the bed? And what's more, you knew from the monitor bank that the security camera for this room hadn't been switched on. Which means you knew the circumstances were perfect for you to fire a third shot straight at Mr. Rook. Knight, how could you? Could you really have betrayed my trust so horribly? You think I killed my old half-wit? I killed the old half-wit. Hello there. Immediately assume that despite you attempting to circumvent stuff here, seemingly unsuccessful, I have that you actually mean something here. Though I have my streaming time in my in Twitch, so at least my usual times. I won't add anyone on Discord, and well. Even though it's bare bones with my schedule, a simple look on it will tell you my time, even adjusted to your local time zone. You think I killed the old half-wit? You don't trust me much, huh? This is the thanks I get for putting my life on the line for you day after day. I want to believe you, but. I don't get it. I just don't get it. What is there to doubt here? What, you don't believe there? Why? What? You don't believe that Gulliver there could have done it? No, because this gun isn't the murder weapon, and we know this from the number of bullets fired. Yeah, well, how do you know there wasn't a spent bullet from the start? What? Someone could have fired a bullet from that gun yesterday or the day before. And today another bullet, the bullet that hit the rook.
That's pure speculation, pal, and you know it.
Maybe, but can you prove it's not true? Not with any certainty, no. You're nothing without conclusive proof, so come on. A single piece of evidence straight through my heart. Well, what are you waiting for? Yuck. There must be something. Mustn't there, Miss Edgeworth? If we can't prove it, Tabbies. Please, Ruffles. I messed up. I know I did. I should have never have done what I did. Not even for a scoop. But murder? Nah, that ain't me. Ain't a murder's bone in my body. Conclusive proof. Only I could prove that Knight's gun is a murder weapon. Wait, perhaps I can. Yeah. If you have at least had the bullet that burst the balloon, you may have the scratter capability. Imagine you could have run forensics on it if that matched my gun. We had the bullet that killed Mr. Rook. Forensics could tell us which gun it was fired from. No proof, no case, end of conversation.
Objection!
Hold it right there. What now? You're not about to claim you do have proof. Of course I do. It's not to be good. Alright, bring it on. Show me this proof of yours. The bullet that killed Mr. Rook is the key to ending our little game. Very well, my conclusive evidence is not in my possession because it's part of the plane. Not currently in my possession. Alright then, thanks for playing, folks. But that's game over. However, it is here. What? As we know, the bullet that killed Mr. Rook passed through his body. But where did it end its journey? Perhaps we should cast our minds back to an earlier conversation. After passing through his body, the bullet that took Mr. Rook's life then found itself lodged in the vest. He's right. If the President had been wearing that vest, things could have gone a lot worse. But now, of course, we know that the so-called assassination attempt was a complete fabrication. The vest there was prepared in advance, made to look as if it had been hit by a bullet. Which begs the question, where's the real bullet? I like it, a twist. This is good stuff, Edgeworth. Come on now, then. Don't keep us in suspense. Does any of the evidence point to where that bullet that killed Mr. Rook may have ended up? Yes. There's a monitor missing, with glass shards still available within its cubby there.
Take that!
There's something very clearly missing from this room. Yes, a prosecutor with some common sense. Take a look at the bank of security monitors. Oh? I see you've caught on, Mr. President. Splendid. There are screens there showing views from all around this airplane, inside and out. The only external angle not covered is the right-hand side of the aircraft. Right front to be exact. And that's because one of the monitors is missing. There was a monitor in their space previously, wasn't there, Mr. President? Just give me a second. And for fuck's sake, you will immediately get kicked because I absolutely do not do anything related to stuff that tries to sell me fake engagement. There was a monitor that space previously wasn't there, Mr. President. There was. I have no idea what my plushie is doing there now, though. It appears to be someone's vain attempt to hide what is obviously lacking. But where did it go and why? Why is easy enough to answer, because it was struck by a bullet. But if we were to believe that the bullet in the vest was the real one, then anything that hinted at the existence of another bullet had to be removed. So, where did the missing monitor go? Well, indeed, I believe that it must be hidden somewhere on this plane. After all, there wouldn't have been time to dispose of it outside the aircraft. Detective Gumshoe, conduct a search if you would. Right away, sir. Mr. President, extraterritoriality, remember? I have no objections to the search. Please go ahead. If it will help us uncover the truth behind what happened to Rook, I will not stand in your way. What are you? I don't believe this. Rook, this Rook there. Don't you ever think about anybody else? The search has been authorized, Detective, if you wouldn't mind. Sir, we found the monitor. Excellent work. Now go ahead and extract that bullet. And see if I put my hand in here and just... Come on. That's a very bad idea what you are doing there, Gumshoe. Well, would you look at that? Blood. This is the bullet that killed Mr. Rook. There's no doubt about it. Bloody bullet data has been jotted down. And there you have it, Mr. Knight. A single piece of evidence that you requested straight through your heart. Even you must admit, if this bullet didn't come from the Spectre area gun, then Miss Lloyd cannot have been Rook's killer. What? No pithy comeback. Detective, have forensics analyze the bullet for striations and compare the gun we found. Yes, we'll get the evidence you need. You can count on it. Alright, let's hear what forensics have to say. Our findings are as follows, sir. Firstly, the blood on the bullet is indeed that of the victim, proving that it was the bullet that killed Mr. Rook. Secondly, we found Mr. Knight's fingerprints on the gun. Probably from when he handed the evidence over to him. Now for the key part, the striations. If there are no match, then Miss Lloyd's case is in the clear. Lastly, the striations on the bullet are a match with this weapon. But how could that be? That is indeed curious. No way. Come on! There's no doubt that, sir. This is the gun that fired the bullet. How? Well, isn't that something? Conclusive proof that I was right. What's the matter? You didn't think you had me backed into a corner, did you? Guess you misread the board. Cause the only one backed into a corner here is you. I have a feeling I shouldn't have continued on. And I really need to end it here. Let's see if I can save. Sorry to do this for to those who are already still watching, but I absolutely need to stop at that point here. Time is running low, so to speak. And on that, I will take the unusual course of action for me to not end this at a perfect point, but instead, well, end the entire recording here.